Good evening and welcome to your Pleasanton City Council meeting. Today is October 21st, 2025 at 7:03 p.m. and we're calling this meeting to order. If you can please rise if able, and Councilmember Testa, if you lead us in the pledge.
Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Can we go ahead and have roll call, please?
Councilmembers Iker,
Present.
Gatos,
Present.
Nybert,
Here.
Testa,
Here.
Mayor Balch.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. A quick announcement. The City Council's been talking about it for a few meetings, but we're actually doing it tonight. We're transitioning to an electronic voting system tonight, so you will see the votes on the TV screen when we are doing it. It is our very first meeting to do it, so I'm glad we have an empty chamber to experience this with all of you. So we're going to try to juggle through it a little bit and appreciate everyone's patience. With that, our next item is report out on closed session. Closed session was canceled earlier today, so that agenda item is now off. And we're going to go to agenda amendments. Staff, any agenda amendments?
We do this evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're going to continue item 13 off calendar this evening. Thank you.
Okay, any agenda amendments by my fellow council members?
I do. I want to pull number 2 and continue number 2.
Those are different things. Poll number 2 would mean it goes on to public comment at the end, would become 22.
Right.
And continue would mean a different date.
Continue
To a future date?
to a future date.
Okay. Every council member has the right to do that on the initial. So item number 2 is hereby continued to the next meeting. And item number 13 was continued by staff. We're on to consent calendar. I do have some speaker cards, so let me just explain that. If you would like to speak to the Pleasanton City Council tonight, you'll fill out a blue speaker card. They're located outside on the credenza, and then you can turn them in right here at the little box next to the city clerk. And so if you could try to write legibly, I'm doing my best with that. And we will go from there. Moving to consent. Consent are items on the consent calendar are considered routine in nature and may be enacted by one motion. If discussion is required, that particular item may be removed from the consent calendar and considered separately. Consent now consists of 1 through 12 minus number 2. Do we have any clarifying questions by any council members at this time? Vice Mayor? No. Councilmember Gatos?
I do not. Thank you.
Councilmember Testa?
I do, yes. I have one quick question on item number 10, Ford pickup trucks. 2 of them are electric and 2 are not. I wanted to know why that was.
We'll have our Public Works Director, actually, we'll have our Assistant Director of Public Works, Tamara Baptista, come up and answer that question for you this evening.
Thank you. We're going to have,
Yes, good evening, council members, Mayor Balch, and community members. Thank you for your question. So there is a CARB compliance where 50% effective January 1st, 2027, every vehicle we purchase, we have to purchase another one. So you purchase one regular gasoline vehicle and you have to purchase an electric vehicle. So we're purchasing 2 pickup trucks and then 2 electric pickup trucks.
I didn't, no, so we are required to still purchase both the gas and the electric? Or could we have done 4 electric?
Oh, so I didn't misunderstood your question. So I thought your question was, why are we buying 2 regular vehicles and then
Right.
2 electric?
That is why.
So the regular vehicles, we cannot purchase those as electric, but the requirement for CARB is that every time you purchase a regular vehicle, you have to purchase an electric vehicle.
So the Ford F-350 is not available in an electric. That's why we're
Correct.
buying it.
Yes, correct.
And then in order to meet the mandate, we must then buy 2 electric vehicles. So we're ending up with 4 when we really wanted 2.
First part is yes, but the second part is no, we need 4, so we're
Okay.
purchasing 4.
And Okay, and because there's going to be a mandate for only electric pretty soon, right? No?
There is a couple of compliance. The one is from January 1st, 2027, that we have to comply. So 50% of every purchase has to be electric. So the pickup trucks that we're ordering, the regular ones, we're purchasing the regular 350, and then we have to purchase an electric vehicle. So we're
Okay.
purchasing a Lightning to go with it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Iker, any questions?
I don't have any. Thank you.
Okay. So that closes questions. We'll open it up to public comment on consent, which again consists of items 1 through 12 minus 2. I like to read something related to public comment, so I'll just do that now. Good evening. This is your opportunity for members of the public to address the City Council on any matter that is listed on consent. If you wish to speak on a later item, we ask for you to reserve your comments until we get there. If you wish to speak now or in the future, please consider filling out the blue speaker cards, as I mentioned earlier. I ask our community members to be respectful and help maintain decorum. Speakers may have different opinions, and we want to hear all perspectives and viewpoints. To that end, no clapping, booing, or other disturbances. If you'd like to show agreement with what the speaker is saying, you may simply raise your hand, and we will understand that as support. Also, please know that this is your time to be heard. If you want to ask questions, those won't necessarily be answered unless taken up by a council member at the conclusion of your time or at the conclusion of all of the public comment period. Speakers are hereby limited to 3 minutes. My first speaker is Denise Alvarez for items 5 and 6, and I think it's Jickie Thomas is my second speaker. Welcome. Yeah, so Denise, you can come here. 3 minutes on the clock, please.
Okay.
And so this is for item 5 or 6.
Yes, for both, actually, I believe. My name is Denise Alvarez, and I'm here on behalf of Helping Hand Landscape Design, as well as several homeowners in the city of Pleasanton. Our company was founded and has proudly operated in Pleasanton for over 35 years. And in that time, we've built strong relationships within this community. However, today I'm here to express serious concerns about the increasingly burdensome permitting process that is now affecting both professionals and residents alike. Over the years, we've witnessed a dramatic slowdown in the pace at which permits are reviewed and approved. This has become especially pronounced in recent years. The responsiveness of the building department has been frustratingly inconsistent, with critical issues going unresolved for extended periods of time, leading to significant delays and, in most cases, unnecessary expenses for homeowners. To put this into perspective, the time required to move a project through the permitting process has increased by nearly tenfold compared to 20 years ago. In fact, we recently submitted an identical set of plans to the city of Danville and received the necessary permits in just 2 weeks. In contrast, the same submittal in Pleasanton took over 6 months. Some may argue that growing regulations are to blame, and while that may hold some truth, it is important to remember that these rules have been created and implemented by the same governing bodies, now struggling to manage them effectively. Even more concerning, there appears to be inconsistency in how these regulations are applied, raising questions of fairness and transparency. Let's not lose sight of the core mission of municipal government: to serve the public, to ensure safety and welfare, and to support essential infrastructure services. If Pleasanton is to continue being a desirable and prosperous place to live, it must return its focus to these foundational principles. The future success of Pleasanton is not a given. It must be earned through responsive governance, fair processes, and willingness to partner with the people who live and invest here. We urge the city to take a hard look at its current practices and work toward becoming a true facilitator of planned progress, not a barrier to it. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Appreciate those comments. I'll just mention, if you could give her my business card as well, and we're going to talk to you about that so we can make sure we understand what's going on there. Jickie Thomas, I'm sorry, I apologize for.
You're fine.
Welcome. 3 minutes.
Thank Good evening, council members. My name is Jicky Thomas. I'm a proud resident of Pleasanton, and I'm here to express my strong support for the concerns raised earlier and share my personal experience. As an example of the excessive delays and roadblocks residents face and trying to improve our properties. My project record B25-0314 began with the help of Helping Hands Landscape Design with the goal of enhancing and enticing the usability of our enjoyment of our property. The initial plan was submitted to the city on February 6th of 2024. Yet, more than 8 months later, I still do not have a permit needed to move forward. To date, I have invested close to $43,000 on various regulations that they asked us to do, such as they asked us to do reports for tree reports, PD updates, and all different manners of things. When we looked at the project, they basically said that it was not approved because it doesn't meet certain regulations. But if you look at a Google map overlay, satellite picture, the same projects that we asked for have been approved, and my neighbors have access to that. So, 1 second. Even we sought the help of the Deputy Director, Melinda Dennis, who acknowledged these concerns in an email dated August 11, 2025, urged her department to approve the request. Unfortunately, no progress has been made since. Tonight, I respectfully urge you to take a close look at record B25-0314, not just for me, but all the residents who are trying to invest and improve their homes in the communities. We deserve a fair and transparent and timely process. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you as well. And if we can get you our business cards as well so we can follow up on that, I appreciate that. I have no further public comments for consent. If anyone else would like to speak on the consent calendar or items, please approach the podium at this time. Seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back. Just for my colleagues in the audience, items 5 and 6 are to amend our municipal code to comply with state law for building code as well as ADUs. So just a quick summary of those. With that, how would the council like to proceed? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that the council approve the consent items 1 through 12 with the exception of number 2.
Okay.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further comments before we proceed? Okay, we're voting this way for the first time on screen.
The motion passes.
Okay, well, that's awkward. Okay. So the motion passes unanimously. All right, so thank you for working with us. And if we can, again, make sure they have our card so that we can look into those 2 items that were spoken about. All right, with that, we're going to proceed to the next bit of the meeting, which is meeting open to the public. So we're going to proceed to item 14. I know we've got a lot of business members here, so maybe this is good for your understanding of our transit development areas. A presentation of the BART updates by Director Melissa Hernandez, who we had waiting outside next to the Diwali Suites. Welcome to Pleasanton.
Welcome. It's so great to be on the opposite side sometimes. I want to say thank you for having us. My name is Melissa Hernandez. I am actually your BART director, representative for our district here in District 5, and wanted to say it's kind of a little strange, sitting on this side because we're usually on that side, but I'm also the former mayor of the city of Dublin, but it's great to see so many familiar faces this evening. And I knew it was a packed house and it was going to be award nights because usually we don't get this much of a packed house, right?
For BART.
But wanted to kind of give you guys a little bit of update with regards to what's happening with BART and within our district. The district that I represent, which is District 5, includes Dublin, Pleasanton, Livermore. a big amount of Hayward, unincorporated Alameda County, and which is the Castro Valley, and some other Fairview, but wanted to just kind of give you a geographic memory right there for it. So some of the enhancements that we have are doing and providing is to be able to enhance the service enhancements for our riders. The first agency with the tap and ride, I know that Mayor Balch, you had asked at our ACTC meeting recently, and I said, you ask and you shall receive. And that's definitely what we've been working for and on for a while now with regards to being able to tap and ride along. If you visit other countries like Japan and Europe, you'll see that you will have that amenity already. So it's great to be able to add that, to be the first transit agency in Northern California to be able to do that. Clean and rides and restrooms, and this is something that we've been focusing, and the board's been focusing before I even came on, is to double the rate of train car deep cleaning, reopened underground restrooms, and added restrooms and elevator attendants. This is really important because during COVID, a lot of them were closed, and so we don't want to use them as an unsheltered place. So we want to make sure that we started opening those up, making sure that our service attendants were cleaning them and keeping them clean. And then some of the results, rider satisfaction is at the highest in 10 years. 80% of those surveys said that they would recommend BART to a family member and a friend. BART is working hard to be able to, over the last 5 years, or last 5 weeks, as our tap and ride was used for 7.9% of all BART trips and continues to grow, doubling the rate of train cars. So just wanted to make sure that you see what your investments have gone to. This was a huge multi-million-dollar project, and it was an average of $25 million that BART was losing with fare evaders jumping the fare gates. So I want to thank the Pleasanton team, the council members that came to our fare gate last hurrah a couple weeks ago. So it was great to see all of you there and to be able to have you speak on behalf of BART as well. So this has been a priority since I got on there about a year ago. And I just want to share a couple of my priorities is reducing crime, getting our folks to where they need to, and having clean and safe trains. Because as a mom, I want to make sure that I'm able to take my children on there, and I want others to feel just as comfortable. And I'm a huge believer is saying, listen, we need to double on our police officers because of the fact that we need to make sure we keep crime off of BART. Being the former mayor of Dublin, that was one of my big priorities, is making sure that our police officers were well funded, to make sure we had enough officers, and also to make sure that we gave them the amenities that they needed as well. So we have been able to see the difference. We've been able to make sure that we have many police officers. Obviously, you will see them in the higher density areas, so mostly like San Francisco, Oakland, and so feel comfortable to approach them. They are really trying to be, out there and be seen, and also being able to just talk to our riders as well. So one thing I do want to focus that a lot of people don't know about is our crisis intervention specialists and transit ambassadors. They address the quality of life issues and complete sworn presence. So, we have multiple folks trying to help, whether it's trying to get an unsheltered person to the right place, to be able to get them to the right resources. And so we have been seeing a difference, even just as we installed our fare gates. And so if you see our new fare gates, they're taller, they're stronger at 50 stations, reducing the rider reports of fare evasion of 32%. And so we finished before our deadline. Our deadline was this year in December, and we finished all those over 700 gates in 50 stations before the deadline. And so as you all know, we love to be under budget, and we also love to be able to bring our projects before the deadline, so we don't want to keep extending those. BART is committed to ensuring all riders can access transit. Right now, we're looking at 50% discounts for youth and low-income riders enrolled in Clipper Start. 62.5% discount for seniors and people with disabilities. And then we're also offering the Bay Pass pilot for employers to offer monthly transit passes and commuter benefits. So if you have big businesses within the Pleasanton area, I know that I've been meeting with Stanford, with some of the other Sutter, some of the bigger businesses in the Tri-Valley to be able to make sure that we're having those communications so that they can utilize our resources. We'll also begin a regional transfer discount program that could save riders up to $1,250 a year with the launch of the next generation Clipper. BART's funding model no longer works, and I'm sure that a lot of the folks are keeping track because, as you know, we have a measure coming up next year. So pre-pandemic, BART covered more than 2/3 of its operating costs throughout operating revenues. So we're probably one of the agencies that actually was being able to generate a lot of revenue at our fare box, whereas a lot of transit agencies were not able to do that. So while 76 of our riders have returned, they're also taking fewer trips, as the Bay Area has one of the lowest return to office rates in the entire nation. So our cost per passenger mile and some of the lowest among per agencies. Many of you hear this on the news that we're looking at a deficit starting in the fiscal year of 2027. We are not the only transit agency that is looking at a deficit. SB 63 was produced by Senator Argine and Senator Wiener to be able to save transit. And some of the regional consequences of the severe BART cuts would stifle the regional economy and decreased access to employment, commerce, and education. If you've seen it when people are going on the highways, you've seen that it's already getting more congested, just as, Monday is a little bit lighter, Friday's a little bit lighter, but Tuesday to Thursday are more of our heavier days on the freeways. So if you're traveling on any of those busy freeways, especially 680, 580, you'll see it, especially when we have the folks coming from San Joaquin Valley to be able to come for work here in Alameda County and beyond. And so some of our impacts are inequality. 40% of BART riders reported household incomes of under $75,000. And I think it's really important for us to be able to understand that. And the reason why I say that is because, we're very, very fortunate here in the Tri-Valley. And we produce a lot of sales tax revenue here. My day job is working for District 1, Alameda County, also representing a portion of Pleasanton. But we see a lot of these numbers, and we see a lot of the asks that are coming from a lot of the members of the communities throughout Alameda County. But being able to help the folks that do not have cars, the people that are disabled, that will never, ever be able to have a license. I know that one of our directors, Latifah, who's now in Congress, she is legally blind. She's never had a driver's license. She's never driven a car. So making sure that we do have public transit for the folks that need it the most is a priority, and it's really important. And a little bit, I know I touched a little brief on this with Senate Bill 63, was Connect the Bay Area Act. And this is where the senator's bill was, SB 63 was signed into law October 13th and authorizes a regional transportation ballot measure in 2026. And again, this is not just for BART, this is for the other transit agencies as well. Our bus system here, Wheels LAFTA, which I know a couple of the board members that sit on that, I was on that as well. And making sure, I also made sure that they were going to get a portion of it because again, that is our only bus system here in the Tri-Valley. So some of the participating counties are Alameda, Contra Costa, Santa Clara, San Mateo, and San Francisco. So we're all happy that they all finally came to the table and agreed to move this measure forward, including all the counties, not just Alameda, Contra Costa, or San Francisco. And the default rate of 0.5 cent for participating counties except San Francisco, which they will add an extra tax which their residents will pay. And expenditures will support transit operations, county transportation projects, and rider focus improvement. And I wanted to just go a little deeper, dive in that just a tidbit, because I know folks have been asking, well, how much is this agency going to get? And how much is this agency going to get? So what will happen also is some of the funding will go to Alameda County Transportation Agency Commission, and that's the one commission that your Mayor Balch, myself, the 14 mayors of Alameda County, all 5 Board of Supervisors, and BART Transit represent. So we meet several times a month, and so each county will get a certain amount of funding as well, and then each representative on that ACTC board will fight for what's out there and to bring it back to the local level and bring it back to your own cities. So I know folks have asked about that question. And bringing us closely to our last slide is our planning for the TOD at the Dublin Pleasanton Station. I know that when I initially got onto BART, a lot of folks were asking, well, when's Pleasanton going to build in the parking lot area of BART? So it's been a long conversation. It's a long process. As you know, housing takes many years to develop, many years to construct, and you have to be able to have the dirt, you have to be able to have the money, and you have to have the will as well. Being from a city which was the fastest growing city in Northern California for many years, I am very, very understanding of how long it takes for building to be complete. You know, Dublin will be at build out at 85,000 population, and we're right now at about 72,000. So we're almost at build out, and we have a last few projects left, and then we'll be focusing on the downtown Dublin. So the Transit Village will roughly about 1,300 units once all phases are built. At least 20% affordable housing, new station plaza along Iron Horse Trail, complementary retail services and or community facilities. BART is requesting for developer proposals by 2028 or 2029. So this will be going to your Planning Commission on October 22nd.
Tomorrow.
Correct, tomorrow. So City Council tentatively, this will be on your agenda on November 18th. So the one thing that I would add is for your staff to maybe possibly look at maybe a little bit more parking for you guys, because as you know, as folks start going and coming back to work, I always say that 2028, we're going to see at full capacity. Not that I have a crystal ball, but I definitely, I see the trends, and commercial buildings are not going to go extinct. They will still be needed. So you'll need a little bit of everything, and just making sure that you have enough parking for those areas, because as we know, Alameda County has built their parking garage. But if there's any future plans in those areas, we want to make sure that there is enough for any visitors that are coming, and also utilizing that BART station as well. So here's my information. Feel free to contact us anytime. Thank you to Bradley Dunn. He's always my go-to guy. If you can't get a hold of me, which I'm always accessible, but sometimes I'm in a meeting, he is the person you may and want to contact, and then he'll get a message right to me and right away. So just wanted to open up to the council and see if they had any questions at all whatsoever.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for your service. Yes, we'll open it up for the council. Any questions of BART Director Hernandez, Vice Mayor?
Yes. Hello. With regard to the parking that you mentioned at the Pleasanton side of the BART station here, East Pleasanton, Dublin, with a lot of state laws recently in regard to housing and by rights, permitting and things like that, sometimes parking has been exempted from being required for developments.
Correct.
And you expect that would be the case here?
I think it's really one of those things that you don't want to completely delete out. And the reason why is because when BART is at full capacity again, I don't know if you remember, but many, many years ago, our Vice Mayor, Don Biddle, would go down to Oakland and fight for that parking garage, and that's why that second parking garage was created through Alameda County. But if you're at full capacity and folks are living there, you have to also make sure that you also represent the rest of your population that does go into and utilize the BART station that does not live there. And so that's where it's just making sure that you look at that before. And then our BART staff will also help you as well. We've done a lot of projects. We're doing one also in Dublin, and all the parking was not eliminated there. So our staff is more than happy to be able to assist. But you'll have plenty of units as well.
Oh, yes, yeah, and that will go toward our arena numbers, I'm sure, for
Yeah,
our housing element.
I know that it just depends. I don't know exactly how many you put as your arena numbers on that actual site. I know that there's different allocations, there's different types of levels, and so just depending on where your staff actually put those arena numbers.
Yeah, that's,
And they're going to be here right around the corner as soon as you.
that's a whole separate topic.
Exactly.
that the council has dealt with. Okay, yeah. I feel exactly as you do, where we want to maintain parking for all of our residents and have enough parking for the residents of that transit-oriented development, TOD. And I just am
you
very
have to
concerned
remember
about
a
the
lot of
direction of
the-
the state.
So you have to remember a lot of the apartments that are built around transit do not let outside parking. So in Dublin, for example, a lot of those, Avalon, for example, only their residents can park there. And if they don't show proof of having a parking pass, their car may get towed. And so I would hate for that to happen. So you have to still remember, be mindful of the residents that don't live in that area.
Right. Yeah,
So-
exactly. I don't want them having to go to Dublin to park
Exactly.
from Pleasanton.
And so depending who we work together with to be able to, who the developer that ends up, they all have a little bit of different rules. I know Avalon in particular, because I've had to deal with them, with some of the residents being upset that they forgot their parking pass and their car was towed. So
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Councilmember Gatos?
Yeah, I don't have a ton of questions. I just wanted to comment and thank you for being here and also acknowledge that the increased police presence on BART has not gone unnoticed. As a member of the DA's office for 18 years, I see about half of the felony cases that go through the county. I see the response by your police and the uptick in the prosecution and the officers coming to court and prosecuting cases again, and it's palpably making things better. So I want to just take a moment to thank you for your attention to that because it makes a huge difference. So thank you, Director Hernandez.
You're very welcome. And I'm a true believer that if you have a safe city, then you have families that want to come and live, work, and play in your city, right? And so I've really tried to explain that to a lot of our BART folks and directors because, as you know, we're run by the Alameda County Sheriff, so we're a little different, but definitely a priority of making sure that our riders are safe.
It's noticed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Testa, questions?
Well, my question was actually the same as Councilmember or Vice Mayor Nybert's, and because I didn't think that we had much influence over the parking. It's a huge concern. I mean, our pre-pandemic, our parking lots were always at capacity, and we had a long waiting list for the parking passes or spaces. So I hope that our staff is going to report back to us on what options we actually have, what influence we have to be able to add more parking.
Oh, and I really appreciate the concern. And one thing I do want to iterate is Val Minetti, who is our key player in all of our TOD. He's been there at BART over 20 years. He's a Stanford graduate. He's amazing, a brilliant man, and he understands TOD. So again, we're there to help and work together and collaborate and to be able to guide you. So take the worries away. We will make sure that we work. I mean, we've had some parking in Dublin. We still have that one particular parking garage, but it doesn't have to be a parking garage. So we'll definitely work together.
Okay, good to hear. Thank you.
Councilmember Iker?
I don't know what much there is left to say at this point. I did, Councilmember Gatos took the words right out of my mouth. The the increase in public safety has made a huge difference on BART, and I think that is key to ensuring safe ridership. And the safer it is, the more people are going to use it. You know, the less safe it is, you're driving people out. And I think BART's done an incredible job at cleaning up the system, stations, and the train itself, and included some safety features to keep their fare evaders out, which lead to crime issues on BART. So kudos to BART for taking that on and addressing it for the entire Bay Area. And I'm going to hold you to the parking issues. You know,
Oh,
that we
now I
work-
think I opened a can of worms.
that we work
No,
together
we will
to deal
definitely
with it.
work together, and that's the thing, and that's why also just planning and making sure that it's right. Going out to working with the planning department, working with our department, but also going through your planning process and your planning commission. That's what it's there for, right? We're only at the beginning, so believe me, we've done a lot of development, so we will not steer you the wrong way, but. Look forward to working in the future. I'm honored to still be representing the Tri-Valley. I've been, I was on council for 8 years. We have term limits in Dublin, unfortunately. But to be able to be here in the Tri-Valley and just expand beyond has been an honor. And I love the relationships that the Tri-Valley has always had. Dublin, Livermore, and Pleasanton always working together. And now I get to include Castro Valley and Hayward. So it's great to be here this evening. I really appreciate your time. And we hope to answer any questions in the future. And again, Bradley is just a phone call away.
Thank you for your update.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your service, as you said.
Absolutely. And Bradley did bring us some, because he always makes sure that he gets me some swag, and then I'll leave him with your clerk of the board here.
I'm not going to
Make sure you-
replace my Pleasanton pen with a BART pen while I'm sitting here at the dais.
All right. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and
Take care.
appreciate it. We've been trying to get Bart here for a while, so I appreciate everyone's patience with that as we get there. I think we're here for the main event, or at the main event, which is item 15, the business anniversary recognition portion of it. I'm going to read something I prepared. I first want to acknowledge Lisa Damos. It is her last council meeting. She is retiring between this one and the next. So if we could just take a pause and give her a clap for her service, and thanks. She has brought a tremendous work ethic to our community, and apparently she's available for hire after this, since we're at the business. So I'll just read this, and maybe then we'll do them all. It is said that a community's strength is measured not just by the buildings or infrastructure, but by the people and businesses that call it home. Tonight, we celebrate those who have grown with Pleasanton, from 15 years of success to 40 years of incredible service and success. You've weathered challenges, created jobs, built relationships, and helped define the character of our city. You've provided the products and services, the food, the entertainment, and yes, the property and sales tax base that we depend on to sustain and enrich Pleasanton. I just wanted to express on behalf of the people of Pleasanton, thank you for your partnership, thank you for your perseverance, and your choice to do business in our city. We are extremely proud to recognize you and your success and longevity here tonight. And with that, I turn it over for Lisa's last meeting.
Thank you, Mayor Balch. I really appreciate those kind words. Thank you. So good evening, Mayor Balch and City Council members. Tonight's business anniversary presentation recognizes businesses that are celebrating milestone anniversaries in 2025. We have 147 businesses achieving 15, 20, 25, 30, 40, and 50 years as a Pleasanton business. All of these businesses were invited to attend tonight's meeting, but I'm so pleased to welcome 24 of these businesses that were able to join us to receive their commendations and recognition. In addition to tonight's recognition, we have a special social media campaign focused on business anniversaries through the month on the city's In Pleasanton Facebook and Instagram platforms. A list of all of the anniversary recipients is available on the city's website under the business heading and business promotion section. Pleasanton is continually recognized by business leaders as a desirable community to start and grow their business. In fact, the city's most recent business survey stated that, or revealed that 84% say that Pleasanton is an excellent or good place to do business. The diversity of companies in Pleasanton is among our key attributes, from small sole proprietorships to regional operations and national corporations representing a breadth of industries. Tonight, we as a city organization and a community recognize the caliber and commitment of our businesses, the jobs, services, and products provided and valued by our residents and other businesses, and their contribution to the quality of life we enjoy here in Pleasanton. So for all 147 businesses that are celebrating milestone anniversaries in Pleasanton, we extend our heartfelt congratulations and wishes for many more years of success. So at this time, I'd like to invite the council to make their way down to the front to congratulate our businesses as I call them up by the anniversary year for a photo. Beginning with our 15-year recipients, I will read the business representatives' names as they make their way to the front for their well-earned round of applause and a group photo with the council. So we will start with Extolo International, and we have Cheryl, Shane, Katie Balch, and Alicia Vega Portela. Oh, please come up. Yes. From Newspective, we have Bob Murtagh and Dave McMorrow. From Pleasanton Workplace Business Solutions, we have Pandit Lathi and Gemma Lathi, or Pandit. From Summit Tutoring Center, we have Rubai and Frida Huang. That's all 15. Yep.
Okay. Well, we did that one right when we got ready for us. Okay, so we'll have you guys kind of line up this way, and then we'll just kind of fill in behind you for the photos. Okay. Feel free. That's 15.
Every
That's
about.
15, yeah. Okay. And why don't you come on this side? We'll have you scooch towards the middle. Don't be afraid to get close. I won't say COVID.
That's good. I got it. I got it from here. Ready? One.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So now for our 20-year recipients, we have BKF Engineers. We have Kevin Wong, Greg Hurd, Mike Witt, and Jeff Wyma. Please come forward. From the First Tee Tri-Valley, we have Brian Amador. From Lifetime Activities Pleasanton, we have Isabella Feinberg, the Chief Operating Officer. We have Mary Patrick, Director of Administration and HR. And we have Craig Lazarchik, the Managing Director. From Sakura Gakuen Japanese Language School, we have Sachi Monasterio. With Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, we have Reggie, Donna, and Richard Kunanen. And with Tri-Valley Pediatrics, we have Dr. Lionel Herrera. And that's the...
Okay, so we'll have you kind of fold in, and then we'll go have two council members go on the other side, so you guys all in the center. You're short, you gotta go in the front, sorry, that's how it works.
You're gonna switch up.
There we go.
Okay.
Like that.
Congratulations. For our 25-year recipients, we have first Apple One Employment Services, Michelle Henderson, Ann Schlaff, Rosie Flauta, Josephine Chavez, Lynette Walker, and Valina Rose. From Sense and Sensibility, we have Sharon Almeida and Jacqueline Almeida. With Gateway Hair Salon, we have Teresa Min and Hyung Og Min. With Mako Sushi Restaurant, we have Dick Kim. And lastly, with Meridian Technical Services, we have Michael Aja and Leonardo Martinez. For our 30-year recipients from Jim's Country Style Restaurant, we have Dustin and Amanda Goff. From Pleasanton Optometry, we have Dr. Celia Zeal and Dr. Peter Miller. From Rogeri Jensen Azar, we have Alex Azar. And from Van Sloten and Laranang CPAs, we have Erwin Laranang.
That's our group? Okay, so we'll have you guys, there's less of you because, you know, it's a hard thing to be in business this long. Yeah. Right.
Mayor Belch. Did you? No, okay, that's okay. Okay. For 40-year, we have Alpha Omega Print and Imaging, Wayne Yao. With Doubletree by Hilton Pleasanton at the Club, we have General Manager Ronald Raju and Don Martinez. And last but not least, we have from Jerry A. Sanchez DDS, we have Dr. Jerry Sanchez and Kim and Anita Sanchez.
We got it down at 40 apparently. Thank you so much.
And that concludes my presentation. Congratulations, everyone.
get the screen.
Yours is the left one, mine's the right one.
Okay, I'm gonna just keep pushing yours.
You get confused.
Okay, so we're going to keep on with the rest of the meeting. That is significant milestones, all of it. To be in business for 40 years, I'm sure you've seen significant change. So we appreciate your contributions to Pleasanton and your continued involvement. All right, we're going to be moving to item 16, presentation of a proclamation recognizing October 2025 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Councilmember Testa, I believe you are reading for us?
Yes, indeed. We have two proclamations today. Tonight's first proclamation recognizes October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. After I read the proclamation, we will welcome Chitra Vijay from Maitri. You'll have to, okay. Let's see, and to accept the proclamation and take a photo with the council after I read the proclamation. So, okay, here we go. Whereas Domestic Violence Awareness Month was established to bring attention to the devastating effects of domestic violence and to educate communities about the resources available for victims and survivors, and whereas domestic violence remains a pervasive issue across the United States and the world, touching all communities regardless of age, race, disability, gender identity, or socioeconomic status. And whereas community efforts to prevent domestic violence and assist survivors are essential to creating a society where all individuals are free from abuse. And whereas Maitri is a nonprofit organization that was established in 1991 in San Francisco Bay Area that aims to empower South Asian survivors of domestic violence to lead a life of dignity and self-sufficiency through community education, engagement, and advocacy. And whereas since inception, Maitri has provided culturally responsive services to the individuals in the Bay Area and beyond, serving 800 individuals last year. And whereas now therefore be it resolved that the Pleasanton City Council does hereby proclaim October 25 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Pleasanton, California. So, would you like to come to the dais and say a few words?
The podium, yeah, right there, yeah. Welcome.
Thank you.
Give me a minute. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members, and the members of the public. My name is Chitra Vijay, and I am a resident of Pleasanton since the past 10 years. October is nationally commemorated as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Today, I stand here as an advocate for victims and survivors of domestic violence to commemorate Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I represent Maitri, which means friendship, an organization devoted to serving victims and survivors of domestic violence since 1991. Maitri has been helping the survivors of domestic violence residing in all counties of Bay Area and beyond through its various programs such as helpline, legal, economic empowerment, peer counseling, and transitional housing.
California has higher rates of domestic violence experienced by both men and women when compared to the national average. There were 124 domestic violence related homicides in California in 2024, of which 93 of the fatalities were female and 32 were male. Last year, Maitri provided culturally responsive services to 814 individuals, that is 814. The need for a comprehensive plan to address domestic violence in our communities is urgent. I request the City Council and its residents to become partners with us in preventing domestic violence and facilitating effective intervention methods if it happens. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right.
And we're going to come down and take a photo, and thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. That completes item 16, and now we're going to move on to item 17,
Wait, no. Oh, what? We have a second proclamation.
which
that
is
17?
the presentation of the proclamation for Diwali.
Okay.
And they brought sweets outside, and they are outstanding, I should mention.
Okay, all right, wonderful. So tonight's second proclamation recognizes October 20th, 2025 as Diwali. After I read the proclamation, we will welcome Ms. Vijaya Asuri.
And the
Okay.
team.
Advise her to the Association of Indo-Americans to accept the proclamation and take a photo with the council. So I'll read the proclamation and then we'll ask you to come up to the podium. Whereas the city of Pleasanton is a diverse community comprised of many different cultures, ethnicities, and religions, and the city is its leader and its leaders seek to celebrate this rich diversity. And whereas Diwali is the annual festival of lights, celebrating the triumph of good over evil, light over darkness, and the blessings of freedom and enlightenment. During Diwali, participants light candles, clay lamps, and oil lanterns, placing them throughout their homes, in city streets, and in places of worship. And whereas the Association of Indo-Americans is a nonprofit organization that aims to foster and promote cultural and social interactions among the local diverse communities and facilitate cultural events and educational programs pertaining to the Indian subcontinent, and whereas the Association of Indo-Americans hosted a festival of lights with wonderful fireworks and Ravan Daha at the Alameda County Fairgrounds on October 11 that showcased cultural performances, traditions, and values that promoted unity, diversity, and mutual respect. And whereas the city of Pleasanton embraced our diversity with a Diwali celebration at the Pleasanton Senior Center on October 18, which included musical performances, educational opportunities, mandalas, and lanterns. And now, therefore, be it resolved, the City of Pleasanton does hereby proclaim October 20, 2025, as Diwali in the city of Pleasanton, and wishes that all who participated had a wonderful festival of lights this year. I know I did. All right.
Would you like to speak on the record first, and then we'll come down for the, and the fireworks were amazing, so,
They
and the
were
food.
amazing.
Thank you, and happy Diwali on behalf of the 58 plus Indian organizations that got together and formed Association of Indo-Americans. And Pleasanton is a home for the spectacular Diwali festival, and we are very proud and humbled to say that this is the largest in the entire Northern California. We had about 30,000 plus people that came on October 11th. Not just that the event, the clippings of the event were shown live on in New York Times Square as well. So we collaborated with Times Square and also Procter & Gamble this year. And it is indeed a matter of pride for the entire community. And also this is just, this event, this particular festival doesn't pertain to a single community. It's for everyone, you know, everyone came and enjoyed the festivities. And thank you, Alameda County, and thank you, City of Pleasanton, for supporting us year after year by just being there. And Honorable Mayor was there, and next year I would love to invite all of you to come and enjoy the festivities as well.
And we just witnessed the businesses completing 40 years and all. I was waiting for the 50th year. So I think we hope to stand back here on the 50th year celebrating our association with City of Pleasanton.
And we have many residents of the city here. I have Vilasji, I have Sandeep, I have Narinderji, and I have Chandraji, and Mrs. Vilasji and Mayankji. Thank you. And of course, Sandeep and me, Vijaya, would be honored to take the proclamation from you. And thank you so much for celebrating these festivities with us.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, again, yeah, thank you so much. It's been an honor.
Yes, I was at one of the senior centers. Okay. You know, I was at a school with other, it was a Diwali celebration at the middle school.
There you go. You guys have more. Yeah, yeah.
Thanks for being here.
I am not gonna talk to you guys. You guys are the ones. Okay, are we balanced out? Are we okay, Heather?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, ready. 1, 2. So we have a lot of cameras, so just bear with us here.
Okay, hold on. We got one thing.
Everybody stay where you are.
Oh.
Okay, ready?
That was a design for excellence.
I know. These are gonna be the good ones. Okay, ready? No offense. Okay.
Only next year. And hold the breath in.
Next year will be a milestone year because it's declared, Diwali is declared a state holiday by Mr. Governor. It will be. Thank you.
Yes. Every year.
I'll put it in the calendar right now.
Every year.
That's easy to do, so, all right.
Thank you so much.
Coming down. Yeah, oh, thank you for all of it. Yes, thank you. And your celebration was amazing.
Please enjoy the Indian sweets out there on your way out. Thank you. Happy Diwali.
Where what? Oh, that's right, gotcha. Yeah.
Okay. Moving right along, we are completing, that completes item number 17. We're going to move to item number 18, public comment regarding items not listed on the agenda. Speakers will be limited to 3 minutes. It's the same element that I mentioned earlier about respect that we would like to have. I have one speaker card. If anyone else would like to speak, please turn in a blue speaker card. My first speaker is Jean Foley, I believe is the name. Apologize. Welcome. Way in the back. And welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gene Fahey. I'm here on behalf of the Veterans First program at Las Positas College in Livermore. As a Marine Corps veteran and current student, it's an honor to share a little bit about what our program does for our veteran community and the broader Tri-Valley community. At Las Positas, our Veterans First program and Student Veterans Organization work hand in hand to provide support, camaraderie, and opportunities for those who have served and to strengthen the bond between veterans and the Tri-Valley community. I just want to talk a little bit about some upcoming events that we have going on. Our first upcoming event is one that we're pretty excited about. It's a trunk or treat event. It's a community event happening on Tuesday, October 28th from 4 to 6 p.m. in Parking Lot P at Las Positas College. This is a free, family-friendly event where children can come dressed in their Halloween costumes to enjoy candy, food, games, and photos. Our student veterans and volunteers will be decorating their trunks and handing out treats and having games on the back of their trunks. We encourage local families, staff, and students to join and participate in the fun with us. It's a great opportunity for the community to connect with our veterans, to see them in a positive and engaging setting, and to remind everyone that service doesn't stop when you take off the uniform. The whole community is invited. Please spread the word to your friends and families, and we hope you participate. The next event will be the following week on Thursday, November 6th. It'll be our annual Veterans Day celebration that will be hosted on the Las Positas College campus in the theater building. That'll be building 4000. It will be from 11:30 to 1 p.m. This year we will have a guest speaker, Dr. Harold Strunk. He's a U.S. Army and Navy veteran and author. Dr. Strunk will be sharing his story of service, sacrifice, and lifelong dedication to others. Doors open at 11 a.m., and there will be a free lunch for those who RSVP. We hope that you all will join us in honoring the men and women who have served our country and continue to contribute so much to our community. At Veterans First, our mission is to serve those who served. Through events like these, we aim to build connections between veterans, students, and the local community, showing that our campus is not just a place of learning, but also one of camaraderie and gratitude. We invite you all to attend and spread the word. I will have more information if there's a place where I can leave some flyers or business cards. Okay, perfect. Then yeah, I can leave those, and you can get more information from those and also from our website at laspositascollege.com. And if you just search the Veterans First program on there, it will pop up. Thank you all for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that and your service. That is the last of my speaker cards. Does anyone else wish to speak and address the council on any item that is not currently on the agenda? Please approach the podium at this time. Okay, I'm going to read something into the record, clerk. So you have to give me a 3-minute clock. Okay, I'll just read it. So we had a public comment written in just before the meeting that I wanted to read into the record. It's part of this one community, everyone belongs. So I'll just read the record. As we shared during the meeting today, we truly appreciate the extraordinary support extended by the Pleasanton Recreation Department as we worked with them to host this year's Durga Puja event at the Amador Recreation Center. The flexibility shown by Marilyn Yao and her team, allowing the Durga deity idol to remain in place for all of the 5 days during the festival, as well as opening the facility as early as 4:30 in the morning of one of those days for a special ceremony, reflects not only a deep understanding of cultural and religious sensitivities, but also a genuine interest in making our event a success. And it was a grand success. Hats off to everyone in that department who made this happen. I hope you'll extend our heartfelt thanks and appreciation to everyone involved. Thank you. So we received that earlier, and I just wanted to make sure our community understood the efforts our staff goes through to make sure everyone feels welcome in Pleasanton. Okay, we are concluded with item number 18 at this time. I know the next few items will be a little bit lengthy, so we're going to go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break at this time to get settled for it, and then we will begin with public hearings and other matters, item 19, 20, and 21. 5 minutes. Thank you. Good evening and welcome back. We are at the resuming the October 21st, 2025 Pleasanton City Council meeting. It is 8:18. And with that, we're going to move to public hearings and other matters. The first item in that is item 19, approve updates to the utility discount billing program. And staff, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We have for you tonight our second meeting regarding an update to the utility billing program. This is something that we've been working on and knew was coming as we were updating our overall utility program. I'm going to turn it over to our Public Works Director, Sue Chin Yong, for the presentation this evening, and then we'll engage in some discussion. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Tonight, I'm presenting to Council of the 6 recommendations to update the utility bill discount program that will take effect effective March 1st, 2026. The city currently offers 2 separate utility discount programs, a 30% discount for residents who qualified as a low-income family when the registered account holder is participating in the PG&E Care program, which cap household income eligibility at $53,300 or less for a family of 3. And a 20% discount for single-family residents based on age of customer who qualified as a senior of age 65 or older, regardless of need of income level for verification. On September 16, council meeting on September 16, staff received 4 directions with additional inquiries from council. Our 6 recommendations are based on these guidelines. Utilizing an income-based discount program as a primary model and propose an alternative discount program for senior residents with options for 80% and 100% AMI. Apply 24 CCF per billing cycle as maximum water usage to qualify for the discount program. Propose a method to ensure continuity and consistency of the discount program to qualify customers throughout the entire fiscal year with a maximum cap of $425,000. Last is to review the option to add proof of residency and length of residency as an eligibility criteria. So our recommendation is as follows. First is to continue to apply the discount to Pleasanton's and Zone 7 fixed and variable charges for water and Pleasanton's fixed charges for sewer. Decrease the 30 CCF maximum usage to 24 CCF maximum usage per billing cycle to be consistent with the recent water rate study. Cap the utility discount program at a maximum of $425,000 annually with a 6-month check-in. Staff uses the 2023 U.S. Census data to compare between options and analyze the recommendations we propose tonight. We acknowledge there is a difference between the total number of households in Pleasanton in the census data and the total utility account customer in our system. Not all household has a utility account as they might have a share meter. However, the census data is the best data we have to compare and to perform the analysis. And with that, the staff is proposing to conduct and seek counsel for further direction at 6 months interval to review, and or when actual expenditure exceeds 50% of the maximum cap of $425,000. And the next recommendation is related to proof of residency. Staff is recommending to maintain current requirement for proof of residency, but without minimum length of residency. Listed in this slide is the current residency requirement that's already in practice. It is consistent with most public agencies that have a utility discount program. Therefore, staff is recommending to maintain the current requirement for proof of residency. However, staff does not recommend adding additional requirement for length of residency. The city current database does not capture this information. Proof of length of residency will add administration costs to collect and validate the data during the application process. There was a few questions around low-income and senior customer living in a facility with shared master meter. The city currently already has a process for qualified facilities and customer living in the shared meter facilities. Staff recommend continuing current practices with the added income-based criteria as approved by council tonight. In summary, for residents that is living in, or customer living in a master meter, they can still qualify for a discount, provided that they, either the facility that they are living is already qualified as a low income or a senior living facilities. With today, what we propose is an income cap. If they qualify the facility, the whole share meter will receive a discount. And in that case, the residents will not need to apply separately. If the facility does not qualify for low income or senior living facilities with a cap income, then the individual resident could apply for a discount program. In the next recommendation, staff will be going over the proposed utility discount structure. The recommendation is based on maximum income threshold defined under PG&E CARE program, 80% AMI and 100% AMI. In this table, it shows the difference in income threshold among the three definitions. For an example, for a family of three, the maximum income threshold under PG&E CARE program is $53,300. With 80% AMI, the limit increased 104% to $108,750. With 100% AMI, the income limit increased 164% compared to PG&E CARE program to $140,150. With the available data, staff is recommending to council to accept and adopt a single-tier utility discount structure. This will continue offering a 30% discount to all qualified low-income customer under the PG&E CARE program to all qualified customers that meet the recommendations, 24 CCF maximum usage, proof of residency, and share meter process that is, if it is applicable. This approach supports the City Council's priority of responsible financial planning and equitable use of public funds by ensuring that limited utility discount funds are distributed fairly and sustainably. By aligning Pleasanton utility discount with the PG&E CARE program, the city can ensure that the discount reaches residents who are both income qualified and verifiable in financial need. The CARE program uses a well-established state-approved income verification process, which minimizes the administration workload for staff and eliminates the need for the city to manage its own income verification system. It also aligned with regional affordability program, making it easier for residents to understand and access. As requested by council, staff also evaluate two other alternatives. Alternative 1 is a two-tier discount program with 80% AMI, and alternative 2 is also a two-tier discount program with 100% AMI. With both of the alternatives, give priority to Group 1, which is the low-income qualified customer under the PG&E CARE program. Staff does not recommend alternative 1 or 2 as this program will incur administration costs that are currently not included in the budget and could exceed the allocated budget. We acknowledge the importance of communication and smooth transition to the new discount program. Staff established some key guidelines on our communication outreach plan to promote transparency and consistency. For all existing customers that currently receiving discount program, which is a 3,200 senior and 225 low-income customer, we plan to send them a direct mail by the end of the year, notifying them that the current discount program will be discontinued and they need to reapply for the new discount program. In addition, they are going to also receive a mail insert in the regular utility billing cycle. For all other customers, they are going to receive a mail insert in the regular utility billing cycle. To assist all our customers, we are planning to have an all-day in-person application assistant day. We are planning currently at one of the weekday at the end of January from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. at our Remote room at the Public Work Yard. We also will be updating the website with very clear instructions to help people and to guide people through the application process. The information will also be shared more broadly with the community through our regular communication channel like the city newsletter, social media, and water pipeline newsletter. We propose to accept the application starting February 1st of 2026 on a first-come, first-served basis. The new approved application will take effect starting March 1st, 2026. And for continuity, the current discount program will continue until the new program is in effect. However, no new application will be accepted to the current program, and all application will follow the new qualification guidelines after council approval tonight. In conclusions, staff is seeking council approval to accept and adopt the following 6 recommendations to the new utility discount program. I'll repeat the 6 recommendations just for simplicity to summarize this. 1 is to apply the discount to Pleasanton and Zone 7 fixed and variable charges for water and Pleasanton fixed charges for sewer. Reduce the maximum water usage to receive the discount to 24 CCF. Cap the maximum total discount program budget at $425,000 funded by the general fund allocation. Maintain the requirement for proof of residency for discount eligibility. Continue discount application to low-income family and senior facilities and residents in facilities with a shared master meter. And last, to adopt a 30% utility bill discount to qualified low-income customer under the PG&E Care program. Thank you, and that's the end of the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. I do have a speaker card on this, so we'll stay with questions. The order, Councilmember Iker, you're first. Any clarifying questions of staff on the presentation at this time?
I do. What happens to the discount program when the city reaches its budgeted cap? How does that work?
With the current proposal, if it reaches the cap, the discount program will discontinue.
So does that mean the last person, it just arbitrarily depends upon where that number ends, that we just stop administering it?
If it reaches to that point, but based on our analysis, we would. That's why we are proposing a 6-month check-in. That before we get to that point, we would already know in 6-month period how many applicants that we have already received and what is the projected expenditure by the end of the 6 months.
So we'd have a real good idea of what our costs would look like.
Yes.
Is there a potential with what staff is proposing that the cost will exceed what we're budgeting?
There is a potential, based on the census data, there is a potential, but based on the current application rate and how many people actually apply, it also have a potential not to exceed. So it's very hard to predict whether or not it will exceed or not exceed. So that's why we are recommending to come back and collect the data and come back in 6 months.
Okay. Is it feasible from a financial perspective to continue offering both the senior and the low-income discount program? And that might be a city manager.
Council policy direction is what's going to drive this. Obviously, you all know the budget circumstance that we're addressing, and so the more we put here, the less we'll have elsewhere.
Okay. This is kind of synonymous with the last question. I don't know that you're going to have the answer right now, but just for the sake of asking it, what's the anticipated annual fiscal impact if we didn't have a spending limit?
We did include some tables in the agenda report. What page are we at, Alexa?
Yeah, hi. So if you direct your attention to page 2 of the agenda report for Table 1, you can see in the previous fiscal year ending in 2025, the discount program costs just over $500,000 in its current form. So that includes the senior age-based discount as well as the low-income discount. So that would, projected, it would be, even looking at last year's actuals, it would exceed the $425,000 cap, and it would probably continue to grow.
Okay. So part of the recommendation is to move from the 30 CCF to 24 CCF based upon current usage. Is there a cost difference between the two that it's going to actually save the city in regards to the discount rate that we're charging?
With the new water rate, it's a one-tier water rate, so it's going to be the same, but to reduce from 30 to 24 is mainly, it will encourage water conservation, and it matches with the analysis that we have done in the water rate study, where 24 CCF is the average water usage in Pleasanton customer.
Okay, so
could I just add to that just a little bit, because I think it's relevant. When we looked at our low-income water users, they're nowhere near the 24 CCF cap that's recommended. It's actually, they're about half, a little over half of that currently. So I'm not sure 30 versus 24 is going to be really impactful if we look at a PG&E care program approach.
Okay, that's where I was going. I was concerned about the only users in our system that were really looking at conservation at this point, because we're not doing it with the full tiered program. It are the low income users, and I didn't want that disparate perspective in there, that we're trying to get them to be low end users as opposed to our heavy users, you know. Would low-income seniors have the ability to benefit from the city moving away from the senior-only program?
Yeah, if they qualify for PG&E care, they will have the same qualification.
Okay. So one of the questions I asked, and that's in the supplemental that council received earlier today, is about, it's my understanding that low-income users receive their monthly discount only if they come in at the new 24 CCF. And if they use 25, they would no longer get the discount. Is there the possibility of changing that to where low-income users would get their discount for the first 24 used and then pay the regular rate from that point forward?
It's currently our system can only it's set up to do one threshold. So with multiple threshold, it's going to cause administration burden to try to track all the low users and their use rate, whether or not they're 24 and what is the charge on the 24 and the discount on the 24 and not discount on the usage above 24.
So you're saying that's a manual process as opposed to something that we could do through a technology?
Currently, our system doesn't have that capacity. It will be a manual process by staff.
Well, that's probably something we're going to have to talk about improving as we move forward. Okay, I think you answered my other questions that I have here, so that's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Testa?
Okay, so there had, in our May meeting, the request from council was to bring forward a proposal that offers broad eligibility for the discount that considers the higher cost of living in Pleasanton. Does this current recommendation consider the higher cost of living in Pleasanton?
Staff proposed recommendation is to follow the PG&E care program, and it will not be taking into consideration on the 80% AMI or 100% AMI.
Right. So the answer is no, it does not consider the higher cost of living in Pleasanton. So also, Right, okay. So was there there was looking at a lot of statistics of households in Pleasanton, but I don't see anywhere that it's addressing our seniors who live in a home. There's an acknowledged difference in an eligibility requirement in programs, a renter versus a homeowner because of the difference in the cost of a home. Does that factor anywhere here? And how did we look at all about how many Pleasanton seniors who are homeowners could possibly qualify for the CARE program?
We do not have those data. The census data give us the best data that we have is roughly about 3,700 of our household in Pleasanton would qualify under the PG&E CARE program. We do not have the data to show how many of those are seniors and they are not seniors. We don't have that data.
Right, okay. That's all. Only questions. Thanks.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I had a question about the income table that you showed in the presentation. Just wondering, is that gross income? Is it gross income not taxable income? Do you know?
Yes.
So PG&E requires. Let me ask a different question. Do we require households to qualify for PG&E CARE program in order to get the water discount?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so they show some proof that they're, okay.
Yes.
Along the lines of what Councilmember Testa was asking, I was curious about how many of our low-income households, you mentioned around 3,700, are using PG&E CARE, but we don't have that data, as you just mentioned. So given that 225 households participate, that leaves nearly 3,000 households that are eligible potentially. Have we conducted any outreach, or can we conduct outreach to make sure these households are aware of the program and get them to sign up?
Yes, that's in our outreach and communication plan that I just talked about is for all customer, they are all going to get a mail insert about this discount program. We are going to update our website with the information, and we are going to also be communicating with the residents and public through our newsletter, social media, and the water pipeline newsletter, and hopefully we can reach out to those people who actually needed the discount program.
Yeah. My concern is some kind of focused outreach, specifically for those households. So I'm not asking you to describe or come up with a program on the spot, but just a question. Do we have the ability to, or have we in the past encouraged anyone having trouble paying their water bill to contact the city, the water department, in order to get assistance in managing their bill?
I would refer that to Tamara, my assistant director, and she's in charge of the billing, and she may have the information.
We do our own utility billing, so if someone was having a hard time paying that bill, any program or service that we offered would be offered through our customer billing group. So I'll let Tamara is going to have all the ins and outs details, but it's not two separate entities. It's not billing and the discount program. It's the same people answering the phones and doing the customer service at the counter.
Okay, understood.
Yes, we do have a payment arrangement program where they can pay their bill over a certain amount of time. So we do offer that.
Okay, so if someone were to call in, say, I'm having some trouble, I'm cutting back on PG&E in order to pay my water bill or whatever, that could be discussed on a case-by-case basis?
Yes, and it
potentially?
is on a case-by-case.
Okay, and so our personnel have the ability to come up with a mutually agreeable payment schedule or whatever?
Yes, we agree upon a payment schedule, so they have to pay, to say $200, they agree to pay $200 every month, and then they have to pay their current bill. So the prior bills, the prior outstanding balance is $200 every month, plus they have to pay their current bill on time.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's a condition. So they sign it, and we keep a copy of that on the record.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then just wondering, I would imagine that not too many of the 225 low-income households that are currently qualified end up as high water users, greater than 24 CCF. Do you have any idea whether that's the case?
So we looked at the data, we did analysis, and we looked at everyone who used under 24 units or less. There may be some that used over, but the majority of them used under 24 units, every billing cycle.
Okay, yeah, that's what I would expect. Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Gatos?
I do. For those who benefited going last, have got all the questions answered by now, but let's say there was someone that was right on the cusp of, over on the use, so ineligible. Would there be a process by which they could, if they're close to it? I know once you make one exception, but, if there's people that are really, this should be intended for, but for some reason or another, they're over the amount of water use that they use. Would there be a way for them to do an appeal or an exception, or to contact the city and say, hey, I meet every other criteria, but because I have this landscaping or this or a pool or whatever it is, I can't afford to get rid of my pool and I don't want to drain it. So, would it be possible for me to, still apply for, if we went along with staff's recommendation, still apply for an exception?
So as we mentioned before, it's case by case.
Right.
So if someone calls in and they need assistance, we will talk through their landscape with them.
Okay.
So for instance, if they have irrigation and the irrigation usage is extremely high, we do have we call it CAP, Controller Assistance Program.
Okay.
We will schedule an appointment with them, go out there, meet with them, and then evaluate their irrigation.
Sure.
So we have options like that.
Thank you. I will say, based on your comments earlier, I know lots of people who have lived here for a long time. Some people I know have been in financial trouble. I want to say the city has been exceptionally great in working with people and their water bills. So I can heard plenty of great stories about people when I've ever talked to them about it with the city and what they do for that. So I wanted to thank you for doing that. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a quick couple follow-ups, if I may. So for the outreach event, right, that we're talking about, I'm sure you've thought of this, but maybe just for clarity, why would that be, I guess kind of why do you have to sign up at the beginning of the year? And and what I'm trying to ask is, why can't you go to the Park and Rec counter at the library, or where we pay the utility bills at the Operations Service Center, be informed of the program and sign up, in October, for example? Why is it this that staff's recommending?
So we want to make it as transparent and fair to everyone. So the current customer that is currently receiving the discount, our approach is to send a mail to them and also put in a mail insert, just like the rest of the customer. The mail insert is in the billing cycle. It will take until mid-January to complete the mailing cycle. So everybody has a notice in the mails, in the billing, in the bills, to have the mail insert to tell them that what is the new discount program, and the existing current discount program is discontinued. That's why we propose to start in February. But to fairness, we shouldn't, for the people who received it first, should not be the one that put in first, and the people that received last didn't have the fair share chance of putting it, because it's first come, first served basis with the application. So we figure that it would be fair if we complete the mailing cycle and give people 2 weeks to prepare. And during that 2 weeks, we're going to have an all-day session assistant program, assistant day, that anybody that needed help, they can come and ask for help. We'll help them to fill out forms or help them to review the package if that's what they need, whatever they need to help them to put the application together. Comes February 1st, we'll accept application first come, first served basis until we completed receiving the application. And they can send it through email, in person, or mail it in, but it will be timestamped, it will be received first come, first served basis.
Yeah, but the premise of all of that, if I may, and with respect to how you've designed it, the premise of all of that is that it's a limited program, and the program funds are the problem, right? I mean, that's, I think, the premise. Because my challenge with that is, I believe from my AVA community energy experience that people on the Care Fair program, they're trying, they're working hard. Some days are not available for them to possibly reach out, and they do need administrative assistance to get over the hump on the application. So I'm very concerned about limiting it to a day or two. It doesn't feel like they could, what if that particular day doesn't work, right? Or they miss it. And I'm worried about that barrier when I think the premise of that barrier or the driver of that barrier is the program funds. And I'm trying to ask staff if that's the underlying driver for how we've designed this.
It is, and I think if there's additional capacity in the funding, then obviously we could leave it open until it is filled.
Yeah, but how would you know? The 6-month element is the other challenge, right? Because I think what the entire design is that you enroll everyone so you know your run rate, and then you can project out for the rest of the year, taking into account the volatility of water consumption during summer versus other times, because that's the other variable at play, right? But if you're just able to enroll at any particular time because there's funds available, I think I'm trying to get staff's understanding. If you have anything further with that,
I think what might help is the average annual low-income discount in fiscal year 24-25 was $244 per customer based on the 30% discount. So we'll have a sense based on the rate adjustments that are happening Jan 1, as well as the number of customers, about how much the program's going to cost as we go. So there should be, if there's a application window, we should be able to project that out for the year ahead and know if we have capacity to continue to accept folks, from that point forward in the year.
I don't think, I know it's question period, but, I guess I'll ask, did we consider, or has staff considered application windows every quarter, or, for example, first half of the year, second half of the year, so that it's not a single until filled up, because you don't know when it will fill up until the end of a budget year, frankly, not even a calendar year, right?
Correct. So
Yeah,
I appreciate the feedback, and it's certainly something that we can consider.
Okay, well,
Spreading out the application windows, especially if we believe there will be capacity in the system.
I guess, I think that's where I was asking, is it due to dollars in the system that we're designing this element like this? So,
yes.
Okay, so questions?
I think it also creates a barrier to entry into the program if you have those dates versus leaving it open-ended.
Agreed.
Because today it's anybody can get in, and when the dollars are out, everybody's out. We're proposing a plan where we're only going to take a certain number of people in that are going to get the discount throughout the entire year. So we're preventing folks who may be able to get in from garnering a discount at any time during the year, which I see as a little bit problematic.
The only piece that I think we would want to be, we would want to have an opening date, and we would want to set that date after everyone has had a chance to know that the program exists. And one of the key ways we're going to let people know it exists is through the mailing of their current bill. And because we have that on a rolling cycle, we would want to get through that whole billing cycle one time and then have at least an opening at that period of time. It would be difficult to, I think what our Public Works Director was mentioning earlier is, if it's first come, first serve and you get your bill first, that's not a way to run the program either. So we do have to have an opening date, but to the point about keeping it rolling or having a few key times during the year, I think that's something that we could look at based on the funding that's available.
And this is, you're really looking at basing on the transition from the program we're in now into the new program.
Correct.
Well, and we're in question time, and I have a public comment, but if I may, what if someone moved into, presumably someone moves into town mid-year, they're precluded until they requalify or reopen up in the annual enrollment, just like benefit plan, right? And I'm just asking if what drove that
correct
decision point. So, okay. And then my other question I had, which was administrative costs, I think you highlighted this, that this program, the PG&E Care FARA, is low administrative burden. It sounded like we could handle it with our current workload and staffing. Is that correct? And then the other options or alternatives would be a higher administrative cost. Is that correct?
That's correct. With the PG&E Care, because it's already validated and verified by the PG&E program, all they need to bring us is the PG&E bill that has the label on the PG&E bill. So that cut down our verification process and application review process by a lot.
Okay. I think that's all my questions at this time. Any further follow-up questions before we go over to public comment? Seeing none? Okay. We have two speakers on this. If you'd like to speak on item 19, please fill out a blue speaker card. My first speaker is Vicki Labarge, and you'll be followed by Grace Suri, I believe is how it's said. Welcome. So Grace, if I can ask you to approach so that when Vicki's done, we can proceed. And 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. I won't take 3 minutes. Good evening, Mayor Balch, council members, and city staff. Vicki Labarge, 42-year resident and senior citizen. Thank you to City Manager Bowden, Director Young, and staff for providing a thorough and transparent analysis of the discount programs and for developing a fair recommendation based on need. I urge the City Council to accept the staff's recommendation for a single discount program based on PG&E's Care program, applying it to both seniors and non-senior residents. Many seniors in our community are not low income, and our focus should be on helping those who truly need the discount. We cannot afford to run two separate programs, and the PG&E Care program offers a proven, easy-to-manage, auditable system. Please support the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Grace, welcome.
Thank you. I still don't know how this program is going to work for those that are in an HOA that have a shared water meter. Some are on Care. I am on Care, and it was not easy to get on Care. So how is that going to work? How is that going to be calculated, do you think? I know it's putting you on the spot, and I don't want to do that because this is a wonderful thing that you're doing.
So this is your time, if you'd like to say anything else, and then when we close your 3 minutes,
Okay.
then we can ask staff to follow up and represent that
Awesome.
comment. Did you have anything else,
No,
though, Grace?
that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Staff, if you wouldn't mind, could we bring up that slide related to the shared meters, and maybe we could go through that again?
Yes, so we already currently have a process. If your facility qualified as a low-income facility or a senior living facility that has the income cap, the facility themselves will qualify, can apply for the discount program, and the share meter, the master meter will get a discount. With that situation, then all the residents who live in that facility does not need to apply because it's already applied through the master meter. if the facility is not qualified as a low income or a senior living center with a cap income, then individual residents in the facility still can apply for a discount program. You submit the application just like any application, you turn it in. You show that you qualify for a PG&E care program, and we will still accept your application. And a discount will be calculated based with an equation, and at the end of the year, the total discount for the bill, your utility bill, will be mailed to you.
And just to ask staff, this element has no change from what we are currently doing. So if you are enjoying this through a shared meter now, this element is still, staff's recommendation is to keep it the same. So no change here. Okay. Thank you very much for that. So if anyone else would like to speak on item 19, please approach the podium at this time. Seeing no one standing up, we're going to close public comment and bring it back to the council. Councilmember Eicher, we start with you. Any comments or direction where you'd like to go with this?
Well, I appreciate staff's work on this. I think you guys have really vetted out a lot of issues in trying to meet our budget obligations, yet still provide benefit to our community. I can't see how we can't support moving forward with staff's recommendation.
Is that a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion to support and approve the updates to the utility billing program, items 1 through 6, as listed on the staff report.
Could I offer a friendly amendment? Could we ask or leave it to staff's prerogative to evaluate opening up enrollment windows where it's not just a single time, maybe it's quarterly or semi-annually, so that there's other opportunities?
Yes.
And we could leave that to staff's direction for how to roll out the program?
Yeah, I don't have any.
Would that be sufficient based on the friendly amendment, staff?
It is, and we'll report back on what we ultimately decide, so you're all aware.
Okay. I guess I'll second it in light of the friendly amendment. Okay. Any further comments? Councilmember Riker? Okay. Councilmember Testa?
I'm going to read an email that I received from Carrie Olds. She says, I am the Meals on Wheels program manager with Spectrum Community Services. We serve the homebound seniors in the Tri-Valley. In Alameda County, we serve residents that are 60 years or older. This group continues to grow rapidly. With the Meals on Wheels clients, I know many of them are struggling to keep their world together. While many of these residents live in senior apartments, many are still trying to stay in their private residence. For them to lose the water discount may cause them to make hard choices. We have currently served 113 Pleasanton residents. One client recently told me her Meals on Wheels volunteer that she had not had hot water for over 6 weeks because her hot water heater was not working. We were able to help her with this, but the point being that senior citizens are not always able to keep up on just their basic quality of life requirements. Our seniors are worried. They are worried about how much everything has increased. They are worried about how to pay their bills, and they are worried about food insecurity. We can help with some of these things, but collectively, we need to make sure that our senior neighbors can age at home with dignity. They should not have to choose between food, electricity, their medicine, their water bill, or their rent or mortgage. This water discount has made a difference for many of our clients, and we need to ensure that they have the resources to stay in their home. Thank you, Carrie Olds. I also received a message from Margaret Ann, who is the program director of City Serve Senior Services, and most of her message was fairly redundant as well about the need to help our long-term seniors age in place and stay in their homes, and that they're having a difficult time keeping up with inflation and rising costs. To raise water rates, sewer rates, PG&E has gone up also, we know, significantly. At the same time, we're removing the availability of that discount for the low-income seniors trying to stay in their home. I'm just very disappointed that I think it, for a community of character, I think that we should be able to support that vulnerable population. And certainly, again, I'll say, I delivered Meals on Wheels during the pandemic, and to ignore, to say things like our seniors are driving around in nice cars and doing quite well for themselves, and ignore that there is a significant number of seniors who are not able to do so. They are homebound, and they are really trying to, after 30, 40, 50 years living in our community, they're trying to finish their lives living in their homes. So, and this recommendation doesn't address that population. So that's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Tessa, I fully agree with you. So if you have a suggestion on what we could do differently, I would be willing to make sure we have that conversation. Just so I make sure, the current program will increase the discount from 20% to 30% for those who are income qualified, senior or not senior. So there is hopefully potential that those in need, as you're addressing, may actually get a larger discounts. But if there's a solution that you have, I think we should try to achieve all those goals that you've outlined.
I thank you for saying that, but we've tried to have this conversation before. It comes down to, the senior program that exists right now was more based on, I was talking to some of our past council people who were council members who were sitting in these seats when that program was started, and it was more conservation focused, and that was the filter, was having a program that limited how many water units, and that would limit rather than the age or the income limiting. The bottom line is that as long as this program is based on the CARE program income qualification, it is not going to serve the population that I delivered meals to during the pandemic, that Carrie Olds and her team serve, the homebound seniors. What's recommended will not do that. And I asked, it has to be a higher income qualification. And because I did not believe that there was a desire for the higher income qualification across the board for the entire income program, I do believe there has to be a set aside that allows a higher AMI for seniors. We're creating a filter that has not only an age filter, but it's the water units, and adding the income even at 100% AMI or 80% AMI, that eliminates most of the 3,000 that are currently on our senior program. So it would dramatically reduce. But if someone is in a home, and that's why it was the last staff report made very clear that in order to serve that population, we really had to consider the cost of living in Pleasanton for someone who lives in there, even if their home is paid off and they don't have, and most of them are, they still have insurance, they still have all of the other expenses, and just inflation as it is does not keep up. If you have two people that, there was a couple living in their home, it was a husband and wife, they were struggling to stay in, and there's no way, they still made more than what the CARE program would allow them, but they were barely surviving. And yeah, so that's what I would say, is that we need to separate, because I don't think we want to raise the AMI for the entire program. But we're putting filters on there of age and water use and raising the AMI for that population. It's still going to limit most seniors. Seniors who are doing well are not going to qualify for that. That's it.
Okay. I apologize. I'm not sure I understood a proposal from that, but Vice Mayor?
I
comments?
want to respond to that then, because I didn't, because I tried very hard to put that together in our last discussion, and I did not feel that it was being received or understood. So I really just don't think that there is a desire to actually have a senior program, an income qualified senior program.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Yeah, the idea of an income qualified senior program is one that strikes me closely as well. I remember going out with Spectrum Services to deliver Meals on Wheels recently, several months ago. Went to this one house not too far from me. There's a couple, husband and wife, who were in their 90s, sitting in their chairs with blankets on. And the request that the gentleman had of me before I left was, don't forget the seniors. That's just that simple request, don't forget the seniors. And hearing kind of their life stories, the things that they had to tell me, you made a pretty good impact, a significant impact. And so, like Councilmember Testa, I'm concerned about, the effect of our decision on people aging in home, like that couple. Last time that we had this discussion, I had thrown out the possibility of, applying a filter to reduce the number of residents that would be covered by a senior discount program. But that was, I understand the agenda report saying that, that proposal of mine was, would be administratively burdensome, not a potential, create a potential equity issue, and, not an equitable use of public funds. So, yeah, I understand that. So I'm not going to push that particular proposal. It was just a thought at the time. I do struggle with how we, provide relief for our seniors, especially, those like the couple that I described. I do support the staff's recommendation as to how we should structure our low-income program. But I do feel that, there is an element of not forgetting our seniors that is missing from this. And I really don't have a solution or a recommendation as to how we should deal with that. I'm just expressing that here. And, I support the recommendation as far as it goes. perhaps we can do something in addition in the future to help that 90-year-old couple that I spoke to and others like them. That's all.
Okay. Councilmember Gatos?
Thank you. I appreciate staff's hard work on this. It was not an easy topic to go through, and I think the reason it wasn't easy is because all of our hearts are in the right place in trying to make something work for everybody, but at a certain point, the administrative costs of reviewing and administrating a program start to obfuscate a little bit the benefit of it when you're trying to figure out how to implement it by a combination of income and senior without putting a lot of overhead on the city and evaluating those criteria and coming up with them. If I understand that the staff report's I love all the math. I mean, I think it's incredibly helpful to talk about what it would, according to the census data from 2023, how you would go through that and what it would mean if every single person that could and would apply for care applied for the city, and that would be about $720,000 a year, which is a little more than staff's recommending capping the program at. I don't know that everybody is on that care program or has applied to it. I'm sure there's lots of people that are eligible that haven't applied for it and don't know about it and don't use it. I also, in reviewing this, talked to many seniors in Pleasanton, some who are on the senior discount. I asked them, do you get your senior discount? Oh, yes, I do. And I talked to them and I said, well, if you make over this amount, this isn't going to apply to you anymore unless you're able to prove PG&E that you're eligible for their program. And the feedback I received from 10 out of 10 seniors I talked to who make over the amount were, I understand this should be for people that need it more than I do. And I think that, switching what we have going right now to serve the part of the population that most needs it is an easy call to do. There may be people that are, caught right in the middle of all of this, and I don't know that amount. It's hard to guess what that is right now, but I think Councilmember Eicher said it. It's impossible to not support the recommendation that staff's meant, and I appreciate the kind words by other council members, but here and now is the time to suggest a solution that addresses those issues. And we put our heads together, we gave feedback to the staff, and this is the best possible option that we came up with. So I can signal support for the motion, and especially because we're going to have a 6-month check-in, and we can always make revisions, and we can always find out from people if it's working, if it's not working. I'm sure those folks who we all know that are involved in these community programs will give us feedback as electeds on how this is affecting them or not, and we can be free to make adjustments as it goes on. So those are my comments, and I'll signal my support for the motion and its friendly amendment.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll just, comments have been made, and I empathize with all of them. I do. I've received significant community input on the water rates and this discount program from a lot, including our seniors, from a lot of residents. I am mindful that for roughly $141 a year that is being attributed to each senior, it is hard to know if that keeps someone in their home at that amount, $141 a year. Collectively, though, it is $500,000 that we are allocating to this program, the same dollars that could keep the senior center open, that could expand rec programs, bolster the library programs, and do the human services grants and other programs that we do. General fund dollars are also used for public safety. So I think seniors understand that it is all part of the plan. So if I can keep the senior center supporting them in a different way, I think to Councilmember Testa's point, I agree with all of those points. I would like to have more dollars to be able to do this with. But the realities of where the city's at, I think this has been a financially responsible direction that staff has shown us what they've done. They've done the work. We are targeting those in need. Maybe the program's criteria could have expanded if we had more budget dollars to allocate to it. I would love to have seen that, but I am very worried about the administrative burden. I am happy with the 6-month check-in and the friendly amendment to see if we can have some open windows of time outside of just the singular one, maybe even, I'll leave that to staff as said. But a difficult decision, but income qualified for sure, so that those in our community who need it can receive it. So with that, we have a motion made and seconded.
I'd
Can we
like
go
to make
ahead
a
and-
final comment, please.
Sure, Councilmember Testa.
I ask you to recognize that the seniors that I'm talking about are shut-ins. They don't go to the senior center. They can't show up here tonight. They can't be here to advocate for themselves, which is why Carrie Olds, and Margaret Ann both wanted to weigh in and were apologized that they couldn't be here. The population that we are talking about that's getting left behind in this is very different from the seniors that you see, because we don't see them in our community because they're that vulnerable.
Okay. Well, so again, they would be receiving $141 under the current program, and based on what you may be describing, it sounds like they may qualify for exactly the program we're implementing. And as I pointed out, we're increasing the discount from 20% to 30% for those who do income qualify. So I'm sure we each can think of someone that may or may not meet the criteria. Okay, we have a motion made and seconded. Let's go ahead and take a vote, please.
Thanks.
The motion passes 4-1.
Okay. And we don't have to read it out based on the new system?
With Councilmember Testa voting no.
Okay. I apologize. I just didn't know. I was, okay. Thank you very much. That completes item number 19. We're going to proceed now to, do we need a break or are we okay to continue with council? Okay. We're good. We're good. Okay, we're going to continue on. And with that, we're going to open up to, or bring up item number 20, consider and provide direction on the key terms of a pre-annexation and development agreement between the City of Pleasanton and 330 Land Company LLC for the proposed Arroyo Lago residential development at 3030 Moore Avenue, APN 9464634-1. Let me just mention for those in the audience, because this is an application, the applicant will have 10 minutes, then each of the public commenters will have 3 minutes, and then the applicant will have a 5-minute rebuttal, if I can remember correctly, based on the time. So with that, staff, you have a presentation, and welcome.
I do. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The item before you tonight is a discussion of proposed terms of a pre-annexation and development agreement, or PADA, between the city and 330 Land Development, who is the developer of the Arroyo Lago project. So we're asking for direction tonight on those key terms that will provide non-binding directions to city staff as we prepare the development agreement, which is one of several documents to be considered among the entitlements and approvals at a future date. So just to remind us all where this project is, the Arroyo Lago project is about a 26-acre site just east of the city limits, east of the Village at Ironwood and City Operations Services Center, Corp Yard, north of Bush Road. So by way of background, this project has been going through a review with Alameda County as a project in the unincorporated county for about a little over 3 years now, or close to 3 years now. That application was submitted in mid-2022, has been under review, including preparation of an EAR. Because of the interest in that project in the county and the sorts of impacts that it might have if developed outside of Pleasanton. The City Council conducted a study session in August of last year to begin to understand perhaps some of the pros and cons of bringing those projects into the City of Pleasanton. The applicant did go ahead and submit a preliminary application to the city, which was really a chance for us to give a sort of a high-level review to understand that project from a city perspective. We came back to City Council in February with some additional analysis around things like fiscal impacts, traffic impacts, and so on. And the council at that time directed staff to, based on the information received, to process application for annexation of Arroyo Lago and an adjacent project into the city. That formal application was submitted right after the City Council meeting in late February. And since then, we've been working closely with the developer, both on project refinements and to discuss and negotiate key terms of the PADA. The project is still continuing its review in the county. The public hearing was held in September with the County Planning Commission. It was actually ultimately continued. Originally, it was supposed to be held last night, the continued public hearing. That's been postponed until November the 17th. When the County Planning Commission will consider certification of the EIR and approval of the project. So back in February, when staff presented analysis really looking at the pros and cons of annexation, the conclusions are summarized here, and that includes a relatively positive fiscal benefit to the city, certainly relative to the county development. For Arroyo Lago, it amounts to about $189,000 a year of general fund benefit, mostly through property tax increases captured in the city. It's an environmentally preferred option, and the EIR prepared by the county indicates that, principally because connecting to city utilities gets rid of the need for construction of an off-site private wastewater treatment facility. We analyzed whether or not connecting to city utilities would be feasible, and that analysis showed that could happen with some upgrades. And then just from a planning perspective, there's some benefits just in terms of attempting to coordinate this project with other future development in East Pleasanton to help to support a funding and financing program for some of the major infrastructure. And a really key piece of that is construction of El Charro Road, a general plan identified improvement to connect from Stonebridge to Stanley to provide a much needed north-south connection. The other benefit of annexation and bringing this project into the city has been the opportunity to negotiate a revised site plan, particularly focused on addressing some of the adjacency issues with the Village at Ironwood. The county project has a very significant grade difference because the drainage has to flow in a manner that does not, that requires quite a lot of, a big grade difference in the northeast corner of the site. Working with our city engineering team, and Michael Stella is here tonight, has been really an important part of that discussion, has worked with the developer to find some alternatives to route the utilities to the west and to improve the overall grading to really help to address those impacts. And so we're now looking at, rather than a 6-foot grade difference, in the worst case, closer to a 1-foot grade difference between the adjacent properties. And then the other benefit, as I'll get to, is the opportunity to negotiate and discuss benefits as part of the development agreement. So in the next few slides, I'll just run through the key terms. These are all outlined in your agenda report, so I'll attempt to be brief here. The first is just the overall term of the agreement, the length of time in which the agreement would be in place. As has been typical for most city development agreements, 10 years is the proposed term. That's a reasonable period that allows for perhaps changes in the market to be sort of borne out by the project, but also to give the city a reasonable expectation that the project will develop in a timely manner over the next 10 years. We do understand the developer wants to move forward more quickly than that, but as you know, there can be sometimes market factors that will delay a project. The second term is reflective of some of the improvements that the developer is committing to. That includes construction of a park that will be operated and maintained by the homeowners association, but will provide general public access. There's also a proposed new trail connection north-south through the project, and then to the west across Moore Avenue to improve pedestrian and bicycle connectivity. And both of those are improvements that would be maintained in perpetuity by the development. On a similar note, the project proposes to form a community facilities district that would allow for funding of maintenance for all of the major public improvements within the subdivision, being park, trail, streets, lighting, landscaping, and storm drain facilities. So that alleviates the city's burden to have to maintain those long term. It's not an approach that we've taken in the past, other than on a somewhat limited basis through landscape and lighting districts. So this is advantageous in relieving the city of that maintenance burden. There are a number of water and sewer improvements in Term 4 that will be constructed off-site. There is some upsizing that's needed, some larger pipes, some new water mains, and so on. The developer will be constructing those and will be oversizing those improvements so that they can take account of future development in East Pleasanton that will benefit from those. So it's sort of a construct it once. They will bear those upfront costs and be eligible for reimbursement, as well as for credit of their sewer and water connection fees because they're making improvements to our system. And city staff and the developer are in agreement on all of these terms. The next set of terms, 5 through 7, include commitments around off-site street improvements. Per our subdivision ordinance, the developer is required to improve their frontage on Bush Road. They have offered to construct an additional sidewalk connection up to the OSC. There's sort of a sidewalk gap there that will be completed with a 6-foot sidewalk. That improvement will be eligible for transportation impact fee credits. And because the Kiewit project, or Villages at the Quarry as it's now known, will be moving forward a little bit ahead of this development, that project will likely construct all of the Bush Road improvements, including required frontage improvements for Arroyo Lago, and then be eligible again for reimbursement through a private agreement between those two developers. Item 6 relates to impact fees. As you're aware, we updated our impact fee schedule at the end of last year. At the time that was adopted, the council included provisions out of sort of a fairness perspective that projects that were in process or had made a lot of investment of time and money into processing could be vested under the old fees. This project would qualify for that. They've been in process with the county, as I mentioned, for several years. And so we believe it's reasonable to allow them to qualify for those prior rates, which are a little bit lower. However, they would be subject to an adjustment based on the construction cost index as the project, every January as a project before it begins construction. And then TIF credits are generally available per our municipal code criteria for qualifying improvements. Item 7 is a particular condition that's becoming more popular. What it does is effectively says that the transaction of construction materials, of fixtures, things like all of the appliances and things that go into each of those homes, Pleasanton would be designated as a point of sale, and so Pleasanton would benefit from an increment of sales tax at the time of project construction, really one-time money, but nonetheless a financial benefit for the town, for the city. I must have been listening to our friends in Danville recently. So staff and the developer agree on each of those terms, 5 through 7. And then finally, the last set of terms are ones, you received a supplemental memorandum yesterday. At the time of the staff report, staff and the developer did not agree about the amount of what we're calling the public benefit contribution that's intended to help fund the design and construction of El Charro. And so we were a little bit different on what we wanted to contribute. Since that report was published, we have come to agreement. Developers agreed to up their contribution to a $3 million amount for that improvement. And even though that's a little bit off from perhaps the full amount that would reflect a fair share cost, recognizing that this project had a pro forma developed in the county where no TIF was required, no contribution to El Charro was required, no city development impact fees were required. felt like a reasonable balance to keep this project moving forward in the city of Pleasanton and to provide much-needed funding for that improvement. And then the final item is the affordable housing proposal. The project does propose to construct 48 deed-restricted junior ADUs, which would be integrated into each of the homes, those 48 homes. Again, recognizing that while this isn't as consistent as with our inclusionary zoning ordinance, this project was designed in the county, which does not have any affordable housing requirements or an inclusionary ordinance. So whether you were to add in lieu fees or require substantial redesign of the project, that's a burden that is not likely to be feasible, and in staff's opinion, would be justified based on the circumstances of this particular case. So with that, we're requesting from City Council this evening direction on those key development agreement terms. As mentioned, staff and the developer do agree on terms 1 through 9 that I just went through, and we would recommend that City Council support the terms as proposed. I didn't mention just in the last slide, one just nuanced thing is there's a desire to allow some flexibility for the El Charro contribution to be used for an alternative transportation project in the event that El Charro does not move forward. And so that's just one area where we think it's beneficial from a policy perspective to allow a little bit of flex to have a benefiting would offer also, congestion relieving benefits because we know from experience that as much as we want these major projects to move forward, sometimes circumstances overcome us and we can't get there, and so having that flexibility is important. So this would allow, if we receive council's direction tonight, to finalize the draft development agreement, and that would then come forward and back to the city council in early next year for review, consideration, and approval, along with the rest of the project. That concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to just jump in real fast. Can you just clarify, in the event El Charro is not constructed, but that's still a time frame, it's very subjective. So would you be drafting it like that? Could you just clarify what, 5 years, 10 years? Or are we saying?
We could set a time frame on it. I would say, I don't think anybody wants that to be the circumstance. I think as long as El Charro is an improvement that's in our general plan, that's sanctioned, and we're making forward progress on it with the council, that then we would consider that to be a project that's moving forward. We've just had a couple of occasions where some larger projects just, policy direction has changed, new council, different circumstances, and a project has just been taken off the books. I think that's what it would take, would be an affirmative council decision to not proceed with El Charro, remove it from the general plan and not go forward, and that would really be the circumstance.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, so we are at, I have several speakers on this. Same order, different starting position. Councilmember Testa, clarifying questions?
So, an easy one, the affordable. Could you explain further why there is no affordable other than the ADUs?
So
there's not even a fee, right?
Correct. The proposal is to satisfy the city's inclusionary requirements with 48 deed-restricted junior ADUs. We had some fairly lengthy discussions with the applicant about alternatives. Could you incorporate some smaller duplex units? Could you make some affordable for sale units? Or could you pay the in lieu fee? And none of those options really seemed viable without, again, significant redesign of the project or incurring a fairly substantial additional expense. So the in lieu fees, if we were to charge them, would be about $9 to $10 million of additional project cost, and that's not a cost that the project is able to sustain.
Ellen, could you maybe just talk about the unit reduction that happened as well?
Thank you.
As part of the redesign to meet some of the neighbor issues and abutting property issues that we moved through?
Yes, so I think it's important to recognize, thank you for the reminder, Jerry. The project has made a number of concessions and incurred a number of additional either costs or sort of losses in value. One of those areas is the changes in the lotting plan to accommodate deeper lots on the western side of the project. So those lots are now larger, basically, and so that caused the lot count to go down by 5 units, which is a fairly, in this market, a fairly substantial loss of value for the project. And then, as I mentioned, the project, when it was formulated in the county, assumed it was paying county impact fees, was following county regulations as far as their affordable housing requirements. So the city's requirements are much more substantial than that. So there is quite a bit of additional cost burden involved.
This is a deviation from the direction that council set around ADUs and affordable housing. And the rationale and the reason for the recommendation is all of the things that Ellen just mentioned, but also this is not a precedent for us. This is such a unique set of circumstances. This application getting as far as it went in the county, and then trying to sort of, I've been using the train track analogy. We're really taking it off a county track and trying to put it on a city track, and it really does require us to be more flexible than we would otherwise be. But we've been very clear that moving forward with other development in this area, we want to be in a different place. It will be a different starting place, and city rules around design guidelines, impact fees, affordable housing, all of that has to be commensurate with city policy going forward. But we are comfortable with the recommendation this evening to, based on where the application started and what we're trying to do at this stage with the accessory dwelling units deed restricted, meeting the affordability.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and RENA credits, we're still not going to get the RENA credits. Now, again, I've had conversations with our county supervisors who have said, well, of course you guys deserve the RENA credits if you guys are annexing and doing the project, but that's not an option. That's not on the table. We believe that the county will still mandate those credits.
So at this point, fairly recently, the Board of Supervisors took an action to delegate the RENA negotiation to county staff. So we have had some conversations with county staff about that, and their position has been that because those 194 at the time units were part of their county housing element, that they would very much like to keep them in the county because the county has the same challenge that we do, which is to meet their RENA. They are amenable to the city having the credit for the 48 deed-restricted ADUs, so that would benefit our lower-income RENA. But at this point, our conversation with the county has been that they would sort of keep the 189 or 194, and we would get the credit for the ADUs.
Right, okay. And did we ever, there's been ongoing at all of our conversations on this topic, a question of what the cost will be that falls to Pleasanton residents outside of the east side. So at one point, staff had come back and I had asked for a cost benefit analysis, and it came back saying that, well, we will benefit slightly, not a lot, but from this project because of property taxes. But none of that took into consideration the additional infrastructure, like El Charro was not factored in there, right? And so I've had residents asking what cost is going to fall to the Pleasanton taxpayers. So, I mean, El Charro, right now, we're looking at, I understand, there was a slide and it said that the fair share was in the 6-something million, but the developer is now agreeing to 3 million, less than half of what the fair share is established at. And there is an anticipation of funding coming from several other future projects that will also help offset El Charro, but it still circles back to a big, very big number on Pleasanton.
It does. I think what you're seeing here tonight is staff taking direction from the council to find a path for Arroyo Lago to be in the city of Pleasanton, knowing that if it continues on the county path, and it is a housing element site in the county, without presupposing anything, the state law is pretty clear on what agencies responsible for housing element sites have to do in their jurisdiction. This project will likely move forward in the county, and there would be nothing for the city of Pleasanton. All of the impacts and none of the benefits that we're outlining here this evening. So this is not everything that we would get if this project started in the city of Pleasanton, but it is we think a solid recommendation in terms of moving this application to the city of Pleasanton and getting as much of the benefits and impact, not necessarily fees, but contributions toward those needs. And it is this option versus that option. County where we get nothing, city where we're trying to get as much as we can, working with the developer to move it here.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a second piece to this, which we're not discussing this evening, but it is the East Lakes project. And there is a bit of a lost leader effect to this particular application, because if Arroyo Lago does not come into the city of Pleasanton, then likely East Lakes will not either. But if Arroyo Lago does, then East Lakes will come in. And again, what I said earlier holds true. That application will be a city of Pleasanton program, all the standards, all the requirements, all the fees.
Mm-hmm. And I appreciate that is stated on the record, that is absolutely what will be expected, that future projects actually do pay their fair share. So I do wonder why we wouldn't both go after the county for putting us in an unfortunate situation, but bigger the state who's put us in this situation. And when I hear we need to get out of the state's way and do what they want, I mean, this is not in Pleasanton's best interest. But so my question is, why don't we wait until after November 17th before we go any further on this? Why don't we wait and see, in fact, if the county stands up to, this? And we heard that the last meeting, they were not happy with the project. It was not embraced the way that it had been anticipated. So what's wrong with waiting till the 17th?
The council can choose to do that. It's not what we're recommending, because we are continuing to move forward with our review and preparation for moving this application into the city of Pleasanton. As I mentioned earlier, this is a longstanding county housing element site, and I believe that the commission gave county staff direction to come back with information that they felt they needed to make their decision. But at the end of the day, having a housing element site and not having zoning is going to create a complicated process for a planning commission. And so they're working through all those details, but my understanding is they will get through those details. And if it's a planning commission approval, then that's the program that we'll work with. If it's appealed to the County Board of Supervisors, then we'll wait for that. But we're going to continue to do the work that we need to do on our side. We're developer funded to do the staff work. And so it's at risk for them, but we've committed to working with them to move the project into the city, and that's why we're here tonight.
Right. Okay. So I would very much like, it sounded like the RENA credits was they want to keep the credits, but it didn't sound absolute. Is that something that can still be negotiated?
Yeah, we're continuing the conversation with the county. Just to be candid, I don't think there's going to be a shift from that position, because it's again, they have a RENA problem to solve. Some of it is a challenge of where their units are in Alameda County, and one of the reasons why these units are important to the county is because they're in East County, which is a more affluent part of the county compared to where a lot of their other units are located. And so this increment of development is helpful. I'm not negotiating on behalf of the county. I'm really repeating the sentiment that I've heard from county staff. So I just don't want to set up a false expectation or false hope that we will be able to get to a different outcome based on my conversations with county staff.
Okay. Well, of course, they have the same, they're never going to meet their goals. We'll never meet our goals for the sixth cycle. The statewide won't meet our goals. That's been the big news, like it's a big revelation that nobody's going to hit their goals. So it's really kind of a silly conversation, and the county shouldn't hold their breath and stomp their feet on that one. If we're going to do it, if it's coming through Pleasanton, we should get the credits. Okay, that's all I've got. Thanks.
Okay. Same order, different starting point. Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Did you get good?
Have we ever counted on junior ADUs for meeting arena numbers?
We do get to count. Junior ADU is a good question. I know we certainly counted ADUs.
Mm-hmm.
There's no prohibition on counting junior ADUs. They're a housing unit like any other in the eyes of the state, and so we report them as part of our annual planning report to the state. Most of what we've produced has been regular ADUs, not juniors.
Mm-hmm.
So as we get them, we will report them as part of our annual planning report.
Okay. Let me see. In regard to the El Charro Road connection, it seems to me that the construction of El Charro Road would be phased, and it seems to me as though the northern section would probably be phased first before the southern section. And it may be that the north section gets built and then, the south section doesn't for a long time. But until El Charro gets built, you and I discussed this a few days ago when we were meeting. The traffic impact just from Arroyo Lago is something that we talked about, I think, in council last February. And without El Charro being constructed, even the northern extension being constructed, I believe there are traffic impacts that we can expect for Santa Rita and Valley. And could you just remind me of what those are so the public knows what?
I'm actually going to call on Mike Tisano, our city traffic engineer, to speak more knowledgeably than I can about traffic impacts and the effects of El Charro.
Thank you, Ellen. Thought maybe you were going to give it a shot. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mike Tisano, the traffic engineer for the city. What the study in February that we presented to you said was that what we did with that study is we looked at each of the East Pleasanton developments individually. We kind of stacked them on top of each other and looked at what the incremental impact was, and then what benefit was brought or impacts were brought by then adding El Charro in. So what we did first, because Kiewit was the first one coming in, we put that one into our model, ran it both with and without El Charro, found impacts at Santa Rita and Valley, but there's some mitigations that we've had identified in our traffic impact fee that brings that back down to an acceptable level with Kiewit. So Kiewit was conditioned to construct those improvements at Santa Rita and Valley. We then, the next step of that February report was to then put Arroyo Lago on there. And Arroyo Lago's traffic then tips Santa Rita and Valley back over to the failing level of service. So just by a couple seconds, but there's really no other improvements that we can do to that intersection to bring it back to an acceptable level. So then when we put El Charro in, it reduces that traffic. It shifts the traffic off of Santa Rita and to El Charro, so then it brings it back to an acceptable level of service.
Okay, so, well, El Charro is still a dream and you're not yet built. What I hear you saying is that we'll have an unacceptable level of service according to criteria for how you measure that in Pleasanton. How would that compare to other areas in Pleasanton where we have an unacceptable level of service, or do we?
Yeah, we have several locations that where we experience peak hour unacceptable levels of service. We actually exempt all of our downtown intersections. So if you ever drive First Street in the morning and you want to try and get to Sunol or to 680 southbound, and it takes you 4 and 5 cycles to get through our First Street intersections, those are failing levels of services that we've exempted in our general plan just because we prefer to have the kind of narrow, comfortable downtown streets. So there are locations like that. Up until recently, Hop Yard and Owens, until we put in the right turn lane that just opened a couple weeks ago. That experienced peak hour level of services that also failed. That's also an exempted intersection because we exempt our gateway intersections from our level of service standards. So we do as a city experience locations that fail. Santa Rita Valley was failing prior to the pandemic. You see times at 3 o'clock where it is right on that border of failing, and then depending on whether it rained or not, it will extend into failing levels of service. So I think a good example is if you go out on a rainy day and watch Santa Rita Valley at 3 o'clock when everyone's driving it, and in fact, sometimes on sunny days when everyone's pushing the pedestrian push buttons, that's kind of what we'll still seem to expect, but it'll be a wider intersection because there'll be other improvements there.
Okay, and would the unacceptable levels just be during peak hours, such as rush hour, morning and evening?
Yes.
Okay. So, okay, because my concern stems from the fact that without El Charro Northern Extension or the whole thing, there's just one way in and out on Bush Road, not only to Arroyo but also to the other existing developments there, Ironwood and so on. And so my concern is with that level of traffic existing, the unacceptable level existing for quite some time before any part of El Charro is constructed. Okay, well, thank you for explaining that to me. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Let's see. Community Facilities District. You mentioned that we don't have one of these currently, except for the landscaping or other irrigation or whatever. How well received are those?
CFDs are widely used throughout the state. The city of Dublin has numerous CFDs. I believe Livermore has them as well. So Pleasanton is actually somewhat unusual in not having CFDs. It's a very flexible financing mechanism. It doesn't have the same voter approval requirements for increases. So you can cover a broader range of facilities, and the assessments tend to keep pace with the costs of maintenance over time more effectively as well. So it's interesting that we haven't had a CFD until now. This could be the start of several of these over time. So, but it's generally beneficial and well used mechanism.
We like PUDs apparently a lot more.
Okay, and to what extent has staff met with neighbors, such as the villages at Ironwood, in regard to having their concerns represented?
We've certainly been in touch with neighbors and heard from neighbors during the course of this project. I know that the applicants actually made a pretty considerable effort to meet with neighbors, particularly and talk about the grading issues and the wall and the things that they're concerned about. So staff has obviously always been open to calls and to answer questions that folks have. to share plans or to share information as requested. We haven't gone and done a meeting at the neighborhood. We don't typically do that for most projects. We ask the developer and the applicant to make that outreach.
Okay, okay. I think that may be all the questions I have for right now. Thank you.
No problem. Okay, Councilmember Gatos?
Thank you. This, just confirming, this development, proposed development is, something that has been in the city's general plan for a long time and also within the urban growth boundary, correct?
Correct.
It's just not annexed into the city of Pleasanton currently.
That's correct.
I know this was part of an East Pleasanton specific plan that was put together, and ultimately, I believe, I guess my question is at what point in history did the city sort of say, we're not going to engage on planning and moving forward with a serious discussion about annexing this into Pleasanton? Like, what was the last point we sort of failed to take that opportunity to do that?
February 1st, 2022, and we had it as Site 28B, and it was not selected for the housing element.
Prior to that, I know in 2017, there was a meeting, and I think there was a 4-0 vote with an abstention to not prioritize this project. Was it prioritized after that as an element, or as the mayor pointed out, was it never put on the prioritization list?
Well, about Arroyo Lago, I mean, the East Pleasanton planning or specific plan effort was brought back to, actually, was reinitiated by the council back in 2021, and then stopped because of COVID. So we never really got started, although we had direction at that point to move forward, and didn't pick it up again thereafter.
How would, if back in, let's say, the last non-COVID time this was discussed, if in 2017 that site had been annexed and within the urban growth boundary, how would this negotiation have been different with the developer? In what significant ways?
It would have been a planned unit development, annexation, and an expectation that the project would, follow very closely our probably medium-density residential development standards, pay all of the city fees, and comply with our then affordable housing ordinance. So it would have been subject to whatever rules we had in place, which are a little different today than they were 5 years ago, but nonetheless, yeah, it would have been expected to be a city-conforming project.
Fair enough. Last kind of couple of questions with the setback and the grading adjacent to Ironwood. My understanding is, I just want to confirm that, if essentially the developer has to go through the county, their infrastructure is going to have to be so different as to require the grade to be significantly higher adjacent to Ironwood than it would through the city. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as currently proposed, I just want to confirm that I believe that where the grading ends up if we allow this to go through the city is that adjacent to Ironwood, the grade would be less than a foot, and there would be single-story homes adjacent to Ironwood with a 15-foot setback, as opposed to the county plan, which would be 6 feet higher, right adjacent, with two-story homes and a much smaller setback. Is that a true statement?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. Just wanted to confirm that. I know there's not a design yet. There was a question I had too, based on a comment that we got earlier, I think late in the supplemental material, about the ADUs not having bathroom facilities in them. I don't think this obviously is planned out or there's floor plans yet, but the ADUs that are proposed, those will be self-sufficient units with plumbing and,
Well, they will have to be designed to the standard of a junior ADU per state law.
Okay.
I believe on the bathroom front, there's actually some flexibility to share a bathroom with the main home or have a sort of a suite, more of a suite situation. But you do have to have independent cooking facilities that are part of the unit. I believe these units do include, and perhaps the applicants can answer that in detail.
I just wanted to flag that issue. Maybe the applicant will respond to it, but in case you knew. Thank you. That's the questions I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Mine were definitely. Oh, you know what? Thank you very much. Same order, different starting position. So, Councilmember Iker, yeah, Questions?
I thought you were going to get to me sooner or later.
Well, I started here and then there, and thank you.
So I just wanted to confirm with staff that by proceeding with this, there will be a positive long-term fiscal impact from the project for the city of Pleasanton.
Correct. That's what we had EPS, our consultant, do a fiscal analysis of sort of the costs, overall service, increase in service demands versus the increased property tax revenue, and it was a net positive for the city of Pleasanton.
Okay. And if it went to the county, it would have a negative fiscal impact.
Correct.
Because we'd be servicing county property as opposed to property we're actually getting tax returns or tax. Property tax.
Yeah, so things like libraries, parks, things that those residents would use, roads and so on, and we would not have property tax coming in at the same rate.
So can you?
Can I ask for clarification on that?
Sure.
That analysis, again, I made reference to it,
Your mic, please, Councilmember Testa.
was a minimal cash positive and did not take into consideration the infrastructure for the east side, the big one, of course, being El Charro. And
We are in questions, so do you have a question?
I am pointing out and asking for clarification that is the case, because otherwise we're misleading.
So a fiscal impact reflects services, not capital costs. They're sort of two different equations. This project will be installing new infrastructure. The one area where there's potentially a gap is El Charro funding, but it's important to recognize that this project and future East Pleasanton developments do not reflect 100% of the need and demand for El Charro. So even if there's always going to be an increment of cost for El Charro that will be borne because existing residents contribute to the need for that facility in Pleasanton. So the city is going to, whether you call it existing residents or simply general fund reserves that's not developer funded would potentially be, or other transportation monies would be allocated to El Charro, but that would be the case with or without this project.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Any further questions? Oh, sorry.
I do.
Okay.
So the Maintenance Community Facilities District, so that's really designed to bear the costs of, or to reduce the cost impacts to the city long-term. So it's park maintenance, streets, lights.
It is, and we've talked about the benefits of CFDs from a city perspective, but what it really is doing is transferring the requirement to maintain those facilities to future homeowners. And so I just want to be really clear about that, and that is the public policy discussion that happens about CFDs in communities. What's the right threshold? What's the amount that can be borne by those future property owners? And so, if you take this, and we'll mix it up a little bit. The idea of future homeowners having to maintain a privately owned sewage treatment plant is also a pretty significant burden. So I don't expect the kinds of the park maintenance, the street maintenance, the trees, the lighting. That's a much more manageable approach from if you think about even an HOA perspective, than to have to maintain major public infrastructure like a package treatment plant. So, we're trying to take some of that burden off the city's general fund for the long-term maintenance, but it is simply transferring the responsibility to those future homeowners.
So how does the standards aspect of that work? Does the city have a say in what that looks like?
Yeah, whenever there's things that are sort of connecting into our city system, we require them to be built to city public works standards. So street sections, pipe design, and so on. And so those are all built to a public standard.
So the city still has a say in whether or not the park's being maintained appropriately or to the city's standard down the road. So let's say 20 years out, the city still has some control over what that looks like.
We will have an agreement related to the CFD and the standards that are expected. It may be different than what other city parks look like, but it's obviously a privately owned, publicly accessible open space, and so it'll be like an HOA maintaining their public space, but we will have an agreement with them, and the dollars will actually be assessed on their property tax. So it's a little different than an HOA in that you're not having to rate set and do those kinds of things. There'll be an escalator that goes with the property tax assessment.
Okay, that sounds fair. I was just envisioning a dirt lot in 20 years and them saying, hey, we're trying to keep our costs down, and us being able to say, no, that needs to be a park, not a dirt lot. So, so how does the point of sale work for, I get that we can say, yeah, Pleasanton's got to be the point of sale for materials, but how does that work if they're being brought in from other areas?
So it's my understanding. I'm not an expert in this area. Is that there's a documentation that gets filed with the state that would sort of officially designate Pleasanton as the point of sale, and so when the sales tax are collected, we would collect that additional increment rather than it being Tracy or wherever the contractor's office is located. So it just ensures that Pleasanton gets the benefit of that project and those goods being sort of purchased in Pleasanton.
So does that mean there's the potential that we're taking other people's sales tax away from them by doing that?
We are. I think that's
Okay.
the plan.
Okay.
We're making sure that we capture the sales tax benefit. Maybe is a more positive way to say it. But
Okay.
If
Thank you.
if you happen to be where the place where those things were going to be designated, you're probably losing out on
That's
something.
the irony behind it. So, okay, thank you. I think you've answered all the questions.
Okay, thank you very much. You rounded out by acknowledging and providing you an opportunity. You rounded out all of the questions I had, so that completes all the questions. We're going to go to public comment at this time. So I have speaker cards. If you would like to speak on item 20, please fill out a blue speaker card and turn it in to the clerk. The applicant will start off first with 10 minutes, and you have to share it because it's one application. So I will be strict in light of the time. And then I will just, before you begin, speakers after the applicant will be in this order: Arnie Olson, Kelly Cousins, and Sandra Yamada. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Yes, Mayor Balch, council members, staff, community, we're excited to be here tonight. I'm Steve Dunn with Steelwave, represent the ownership of the property. As you've heard from me from years, we've been involved in this project for a long, long time coming. We really appreciated the direction last August and also confirmed in February to go forward with the processing of this project. So we have been doing that. We've been working with staff diligently since February on two major things. One's processing the application and making sure that all the infrastructure is supportive. So we'll talk about that a little bit today. And also listening to the community and also the council direction to continue to work with Ironwood. So we've done that, and I think we've really successfully come up with a better project and a much, much better project for Ironwood. So we'll talk about that today. But the most important thing is that staff and the applicant and owner are all aligned on these recommended terms. We spent a lot of time going through it, and we'll go through that today. But first, I'll let Steve Riley, the applicant, come up and talk about some of those discussions and the design changes.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and council members. I'm Steve Riley with 330 Land Company, the applicant, and it's good to be back at the city chambers. It's only 10:10. I think last time we were here until a little later. First, I wanted to thank staff, obviously Ellen, Jerry, and especially Michael Stella, who's been very, very instrumental in helping us work through some very challenging engineering technical issues that popped up with regards to the grading. And I don't want to go into too much detail, but I will kind of allude to what everybody said is in the county plan that we're working on, we just have no way to bring the grades down. And working with our civil engineering team and public works staff through the city alternative and obtaining a easement through Zone 7 property and running a storm drain line down Moore Avenue, we can actually accommodate a totally different grading design that brings our pad elevations to within a foot of the ironwood. So sometimes they're almost exactly the same. Sometimes they're 2 inches higher. Sometimes we're 2 or 3 inches higher. But overall, across that entire row of houses will be plus or minus usually like 6 inches of the existing pads, which I think is a pretty wonderful outcome given where it started. And so I wanted to thank, again, staff for doing that, and I wanted to hopefully get the council's appreciation that when we came here in February, that was one of the key issues that everybody wanted us to solve, and we spent months and months and months and tens of thousands of dollars and countless meetings working with our design team and meeting with the neighbors to kind of get there. But in addition to the grading, we've also changed the project. As people know, the houses along the edge are all single stories. The rear yard setback to those houses is now 15 feet. So in addition to the ironwood setback, which is about 10, our houses are now 25 feet apart from each other, which I think kind of gives them the privacy that they're always looking for, especially now that the pads will be kind of a similar height. They don't have to worry about somebody looking over a fence or a wall into their backyard. The other thing I wanted to mention is in addition to the paying the traffic impact fees and the El Charro contribution, we're also doing about $4 million of offsite sewer improvements and water improvements that are needed throughout the system. Now, hopefully we'll get reimbursed some of that in the future from other East Pleasanton projects. But the project for Arroyo Lago has an extensive amount of additional infrastructure hurdles that we have to go solve versus a typical project. And that's some of the reasons why we asked for a little bit of a more nuanced take on the affordable housing and kind of the onerous burden that would put on the project if we had to pay the fees. I think we're very excited to work on this, and I did want to answer the question about the ADUs. I know people have asked that. This is, again, a very technical discussion, but junior ADUs and ADUs essentially can be almost the same thing. So one of the distinctions with a junior ADU is that it can share the bathroom with the main house. It doesn't mean it's going to. Our houses are all designed. All of our junior ADUs include their own separate bathroom. So none of them are going to share it with the house. The other distinction that I think a lot of people don't know about junior ADUs and ADUs has to do with an ownership requirement. So if you have a junior ADU project, the owner needs to either live in the main house or the junior ADU. If you do the project as ADUs, what people have done is turned those into rentals. And so what you can do is you can have the main house rented out, the ADU rented out, and you can actually build a third ADU and rent that out. We're trying to build a community, and we're trying to have a for sale project. So the reason why we're calling them ADUs, and we're technically doing that, is that it ensures that whoever owns the home will actually live in the property. That's it. If there's any other questions about technical issues, I'm more than happy to answer. I'll turn it back over to Steve.
Thank you, Steve. Those design changes, I mean, I was flabbergasted that we could accomplish that. So at first, we didn't think we could get it done. So we're super pleased. And thank you, Michael Stella and CBG, our team, with coming up with the solution. So just to talk a little bit more about the economics of this, because we are really contributing a lot. In addition to the $4 million, and just to be clear, about 1.7 of that would be normally allocated to us. So there's an additional 2.3 million we're funding. Pre-fund. We don't know if we'll ever get it back. Hopefully we do, but that's significant. In addition to that, when you talk about the transportation, what would be normal is that we would pay for our frontage, half street, which is about $750,000. But so we'd have to do that in the county. In addition to that, we're now paying $2.2 million in city TIF fees, which we wouldn't have to pay in the county. We're also paying an additional $3 million contribution to El Charro, which we wouldn't have to pay in the county. So that's $5.2 million. But if you look at the whole bucket of fees, it's about $10 million more for us to go into the city than to go into the county. And then on top of that, which was mentioned earlier, I think Ellen did a really eloquent job explaining all the intricacies of the project and also the valuations. But we are obviously reducing from 2-story to 1-story. We lost 5 units. That equates to about $5 million of lost value. So if you add the 10 plus the 5, we're about $15 million more to go into the city than it is to stay in the county. We believe it's the right thing to go into the city. We believe that hopefully this lays progress for the next steps of our other land to potentially go into the city too. So that's why we're interested, and we're here to pitch in $15 million more. We're just at that point where more is too much. So we appreciate the efforts that staff's made, and we hopefully get your support today to push this project forward. Again, it's a recommendation of support. You don't really approve it until the project comes to you with the EIR updated. So thank you, and we're here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me just, maybe while you're still standing there, technical or clarifying questions by council? We'll go in the same order, same starting position, so I can forget Councilmember Riker again. Councilmember Testa. Of the applicant, obviously.
Right. You know, I have some comments I'd like to make, but I'm gonna hold those. But I don't think I have any clarifying questions for him.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
Thank you. No clarifying questions in the mic. Okay.
I had a chance to speak with Mr. Dunn a few days ago and had some questions answered. And I don't think I have any further questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Gatos?
I don't have any either. Thank you.
Councilmember Riker?
I don't have any questions, but I do have one comment. I do want to articulate that I'm very appreciative of both staff and Steelwave for working to address the issues at Ironwood. I think you guys came up with a very creative solution to the problem, and it wouldn't have happened had we not moved forward with where we're at today. So thank you, and kudos on your efforts. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any questions of the applicant as well. So we're going to move to public comment. I have a few speaker cards. I'll call up 3 at a time. If I can ask you to queue up near the hall to try to expedite it. If you are interested in speaking on this item, please fill out a blue speaker card. Our first speaker is Ms. Arnie Olson, followed by Kelly Cousins, Sandra Yamoda, and then Cliff McDonald. You'll be following that. Welcome. 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Arnie Olson. I live on the wall. Part of what I was going to say tonight had to do with the specifics of the negotiation that has occurred. And all of that wasn't in the staff report, but Steve Riley covered it for me. And this is an example of where we started out way off where the neighborhood wanted to be. And after this negotiation, we're at a point where we can tolerate it. I do have a couple of questions, though, that I don't expect answers to tonight, but I just want to throw them out. One has to do with the ADUs. If you extend the setback to 15 feet, do you fill that space with an ADU? That's one view. There's another view that says, well, you put it in part of the entire house. And I suspect if it's an ADU that requires facilities in the house, it's going to be connected next to the house. So that's one question. The other question, and I raised this, I'm not arguing that a full-blown EIR be done, but years ago, a significant amount of dirt was hauled into this site from Sunnyvale, And it was at a period of time where we did not know about PFAS. And now we know about it. And I suspect that that dirt that was hauled in was not evaluated for PFAS. But I think it should be at this point before people live on it. And one last point, I went to the Planning Commission meeting with the Alameda County. Turns out that the chair of that committee is a retired residential builder. And he did not look favorably on the idea of two-story houses right against our wall. He said, I would have never done that. My sense is you must approve this tonight and move toward annexation. Because if you don't, they probably will, because of the negotiation that occurred here,
Thank you.
and they'll approve it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Kelly Cousins, Sandra Yamoda, and Cliff McDonald.
Can we get a staff to answer some of Mr. Olson's questions?
Why don't we do it at the end of public comment, since we've already called the second speaker? Go ahead.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Councilman, members, and staff. I appreciate your many questions today regarding this development or the proposed project. But I'm here today to also raise some serious questions and concerns about the development and the broader issue of opening up East Pleasanton for new residential growth. We all understand that we are facing financial challenges, and we also know that we are very committed to making sure that the city is, a balanced budget and gets the most of this opportunity for the area. But I do have a very simple question. What is the project going to cost all of the residents? Not just what is the project, how it's impacting the people at Iron Gate. Because we should not have Pleasanton residents pay for the development on the east side. City studies and financial analysis across the Bay Area have shown again and again new residential development rarely pays for itself. The long-term cost of new infrastructure, water systems, police, fire service, and street maintenance almost always exceeds the revenue generated from new property tax. In a cash-strapped city, that means Pleasanton taxpayers will end up subsidizing the project for decades. The Arroyo Lago site and other proposed sites is adjacent to a sensitive environmental area, the Zone 7 water, drinking water that we all use. And I'm very concerned, and I know that Zone 7 board members are concerned about a large traffic road going through the lakes that provide that water to our aquifers. So I'm thinking that this is that you have mentioned that this may be a long-term time frame for the water or for the El Charro to go in, and at a cost of $100 million, I could imagine that's going to be a long-term project. But I'm also very concerned about the impacts on our drinking water. And it has historically been zone light industrial, and that can provide a lot of jobs and steady revenue. And I'd like to consider asking, why can't we keep that light industrial there and still use the annexation into the city? Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Yamoda, followed by Cliff McDonald, followed by Bob Watson.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Yamaoda, and I've been a resident here for 30 years. I do not support the proposed Arroyo Lago development in East Pleasanton. This is a time when our city is in financial straits. As you know, we can't even pay to repair the Dolores Binkson Pool and city road repairs. Residents are burdened with high water rates, last year's big school bond, and perhaps more school bond issues on the way. I am doubtful residents will want another bond issue to help this developer with housing and accompanying infrastructures. Remember, it wasn't too long ago that we committed to Johnson Drive improvements with Costco. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? As for property taxes, it is doubtful they will accrue fast enough to pay for police, fire protection, infrastructure costs associated with this development. Additionally, will the developer pay $130 million or more to run a narrow El Charro, it's not a big wide street, through East Pleasanton and under the railroad? And what about the traffic Arroyo Lago El Charro will create? The automobiles from this development go under the railroad and turn west and go through downtown and out of Burnell. This is traffic we don't need. Imagine the heavy traffic from the sand and gravel pits leaving Livermore on their way up El Charro going north. Are the developers giving the city written commitment that they will pay for the costs of El Charro and development costs? And of course, Zone 7 is not supporting running a narrow El Charro road between the lakes that feed our drinking water and our aquifers. We already have housing coming in behind the Rose Hotel, on Santa Rita, on Hop Yard. I suggest there are better options than the east side for homes and industrial by our BART station, in the Hacienda Business Park, and on our west side. So there are other areas that we can put housing. We don't have to do it here. I say no to the Arroyo Lago development, which has been so much promoted by the developers. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Cliff McDonald, followed by Bob Watson. Welcome, good sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff. Thank you for your time tonight. My biggest concern is, and I've been involved in this for a couple of years now, and I appreciate what 330 has done and what Steel Wave has done. They've made some concessions that make it more satisfying. I live on the wall too, by the way, close to Ani, so it directly impacts me. But traffic is my biggest concern, and I'm happy with what Mike Tisano said about the Arroyo Lago development, that it shouldn't impact traffic that bad. But what about East Lakes? And when that's coming up next, and then there's a third developer that's already putting together a plan, and that one originally they were talking 5-story buildings, so a lot more residents. So I think that somehow we got to figure out how to connect El Charro and Stanley and to 580, and that's the key. And I know the developers are going to kick in some money, but that's not going to cover it unless the city of Pleasanton wins the lottery. That's not going to be a resource probably. Can we look at state funding? Is there someone somehow in the state could help us fund this project? What about federal money? Is there a way that can be done? So I think we need to think outside the box. But the key is, I think we need to solve that traffic problem, because maybe we don't need it for just Arroyo Lago, but for these other developments, it's going to be critical. Anyway, thank you very much for your time, and I hope you'll annex this, because I think it's the best alternative for the city of Pleasanton.
Thank you. Okay.
Bob Watson, and this is my last speaker card. If you would like to speak on item 20, please go ahead and turn in a blue speaker card at this time. Welcome.
Hello, council, staff. I don't really have a lot. I wanted to start by complimenting the staff and the developer for the amount of effort they've put in on this whole grading thing. That's a big deal for us in Ironwood, especially us that live right up against the eastern wall of Ironwood, and they've really met our expectations to the best of their ability. I have one question on the 48 junior ADUs that are to be built. And I was just reading about junior ADUs. They have to be completely contained within the house, right? Yeah. So are any of those planned to be on
Mr.
the
Watson, Mr. Watson?
No.
Sorry, you have to address the council, so.
Jack, are any of those planned to be on the wall?
You're welcome to ask, and we can take it up after
Thank
the
you.
conclusion of your time.
Sorry. So that was the question. And, one other comment is emergency access. It wasn't too long ago, there was an accident at Valley and Bush, and you couldn't get in or out of Bush Road. If there was an emergency, you could not get an emergency vehicle in or out of Bush, which just makes the El Charro access that much more critical. I agree with Cliff and Arnie that we should really, I know it's all money, but we should try to figure out an answer to that. Anyway, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pam Alpert for 3 minutes, and I think I'll have another one after that.
Good evening, Mayor Balch.
Let her
council
reset
members.
sorry, yeah, go ahead. Thank
What?
you. We just wanted to reset the clock. Thank
Oh.
you.
The big clock, okay. Good
Welcome.
evening. Yeah. Once again, Mayor Balch and staff is at the dais and in the audience. I'm Pam Alpert. I've lived at Ironwood and Pleasanton, going through the major intersections that we've been talking about tonight for 35 years, so I think I have a pretty good familiarity with it. First, let me say I approve the annexation. I would encourage you to approve the annexation. I think housing at that location at this point makes the best sense, and the best sense is that it would be done in the city of Pleasanton. I think it would be a shame to put light industrial up against the chain of lakes, because I think that in and of itself has some value to future residents. In any event, I wanted to commend the developers here who have worked with the neighbors in producing a much better plan and keeping us informed of those plans. My only comment, and I'll agree with the speakers before me, and perhaps I can ask this question of Mr. Chisano, that I know we've been talking about a lot of off-site improvements to the critical intersections, but I'm still not 100% sure on what the obligation is for Kiewit and what the obligation would be for Arroyo Lago. I think we'd like to all kind of know how all moving parts work, because, it's anytime after school to 7 o'clock, and it's heavy, heavy traffic. And I go through that intersection once or twice a day. I know it very, very well for 35 years. And it's getting worse because it's now a commuter path to Livermore. And Mr. Watson said when there is an accident, particularly on Stanley, that whole stretch of Valley is gridlock. There's been a couple times where I haven't even been able to get home. I had to go get a cup of coffee someplace because it was so backed up. So, I could deal with that, but I'm worried about emergency services. And so I'd like staff to confirm with me that that specifically was looked at. Should there be an accident on those major thoroughfares? And I've got 29 seconds left. Oh, boy. But in any event, that really pretty much concludes my conversation. Then the other thing for Mike Tisano is in the traffic report, where all the gravel trucks and all the trucks from the Pleasanton Garbage Service considered in the traffic analysis because those 16-wheelers take up like 5 queuing spaces. So it should be all that truck traffic plus vehicles. So if I could get confirmation from that would be great, because when they turn left, they take up more than one lane.
Thank you very much.
And you're most welcome. Thank you.
All right. Miss Linda Kelly, and then this is my last speaker card. If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please turn in a blue speaker card at this time. Welcome. 3 minutes, please.
Once again, I didn't intend to speak this evening, but I can't keep quiet. I am in support of the annexation. I am in support of the work that has been done both by the developers, by staff, by council members, and the attention that has been paid to this project. I'd like to remind some people that one reason we have had such budget difficulties as we have had recently, as we've sat and watched this play out, stems from the fact that the East Side planning was not done in 2018 and that it was stonewalled. We can't afford to stonewall any longer. I come from a community that stagnated because it wanted to stay as it was. We're past that. We're not the cattle town that we were. We're not the bars on Main Street that we were. We've grown into a far more sophisticated, more diverse community, and we need housing to support that community, to support our teachers and our police and all of our service people. And they've done a good job. They've been very detailed, and I think annexation and allowing this project to go under city jurisdiction is far better than leaving it to the county. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Are there any additional speakers for this item? Please approach the podium. Okay, seeing none, the applicant, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal if you so wish. Can we put up a 5-minute, give us a quick second to put the clock up? Thank you. Go ahead.
This is Steve Dunn. Just a couple comments I wanted to add. The point of sale tax is significant, and I've done this in a couple other cities, and we've been doing this recently. It's kind of like a new thing, but it's millions of dollars. So and this is not a huge project compared to some of the ones that going down the line. So I'd recommend the city really consider doing this on everything, because it's not that hard to do. We contract with the general contractor, who then ensures that with all of their point of sales being in the city. And it's significant. It's just like a huge benefit. You wouldn't get that if it's in the county. Again, if it's in the county, then it's in the county. The county will get those taxes. One other comment I'd just like to add is that, now I'm going to forget why don't you come on up and talk about the ADUs just real quickly.
Sure. So I will address some of the community members' concerns. So on the houses that I refer to as the wall, which is the landscape wall now, it's not the Great Wall of China, there's about 27 houses that back up to that wall. On our side, we've designed brand new house plans. They're all single-story houses. Those single-story houses don't include the junior ADUs because honestly, there's just not a way to fit it onto the lot with a single-story house. The single-story house has a much bigger footprint. The junior ADUs are going to be essentially across the street and mixed throughout the rest of the community in the two-story houses. And again, they will all have their own separate bathroom, living, sleeping, and eating facilities. So they're just like an ADU. They're just within the roof line and the foundation of the main house. The other thing I think somebody mentioned was about property taxes and not keeping up with the demands of the services and the infrastructure burden placed on the project. And I think Ellen and Jerry mentioned this. That's essentially what the purpose is of the CFD, because I think that is essentially true, that the regular property tax rate probably wasn't sufficient to keep up with the demands for maintaining public infrastructure. So everything that we've designed in Arroyo Lago is designed to be public. The city will take ownership of it. But we've also now created a funding mechanism that will keep up with those ongoing funding demands so that Arroyo Lago would never be a burden on the city's balance sheet because the CFD is set up in such a way that it will fund the maintenance in perpetuity. That's it, Steve.
Yeah, that was actually my
Oh,
point.
sorry.
And that you still get the property taxes. So it's like you're getting paid the money as if you were going to maintain it, but then the project maintains it. So again, that's another financial benefit to the city. We appreciate everyone's work, and we hope we get your support tonight, and we look forward to coming back with the project and with the updated EIR for the city, and to bring this for you for final annexation approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'll close public comment. It is 10:42. Public comment is closed. I need to just check with the council. We want to complete this item. We still have an item after this. Do we want to continue that item? Is it time-sensitive, staff? Item 20?
It's not time
21.
sensitive.
So do we want to continue item 21, or do we want to see how far we get in a little bit?
I'll move to continue item 21.
Okay, in agreement. So council will move item 21. I don't think we have to, do we have to do a motion for that, or?
If you could continue it to the next regular meeting, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so that's your motion?
It is.
Can I have a Vice Mayor second that? I'll second. Voice vote for that, continuing item 21 to the next scheduled meeting. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposition? None. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, so we're now on this, and I think I got head nods that we'll continue and complete item 20. Sorry for the procedural move. I think staff, there was, many of the community's questions were answered by the applicant during the rebuttal process, but is there anything further that you could add that you thought the community asked about?
I'll just perhaps mention on there was a note about the environmental review, and the city is conducting its own sort of independent evaluation of the project and its impacts. That will be part of the CEQA's, part of the city's required CEQA process that we'll be bringing forward. We have requested additional peer review of some of the applicant prepared studies, like the geotechnical analysis, because we heard that request at the prior council meeting in February, was to really scrutinize that. There's a very extensive, I think it's 1,000 pages of environmental documentation that the county has done, including a phase 1 environmental analysis or evaluation of sort of the hazardous materials conditions, and that's a pretty heavily regulated area of state law administered through the County Department of Environmental Health, I think is the agency that covers that. So those issues we're confident have been well vetted. We'll be giving them sort of another look through our city review as well, and bringing back any outcomes as part of our recommendation on the project in the start of next year.
Okay, and then I know there was a significant question about the traffic, and the traffic engineer answered it, but the Kiewit versus Arroyo Lago, Kiewit's already was in the housing element and already going.
Yeah, Kiewit's a fully approved project that came in obviously at a time when it was rezoned as part of the housing element and came in under that that set of regulations. As Mr. Tisano mentioned, they are being required to do some traffic mitigations, improvements at the intersection of Valley and Santa Rita. That was determined to be the appropriate mitigation for that project when it was evaluated in its own review. So that's what Kiewit is doing, and then the Arroyo Lago project is obviously being treated a little differently as a new project coming into the city of Pleasanton.
Okay. Okay. So, and I'll just mention that the item before us is to consider and provide direction on the key terms of the pre-annexation and development agreement. It is not a formal action. It is just that. So we're going to just go through in the same order. Councilmember Testa, questions, comments, et cetera.
Okay, first I wanted to finish on the speaker comments. Did you say that, because I think that there was a lot of additional question about the cost to residents. Were you saying that will be included in an assessment
That's not part of the environmental analysis. And just to note, we did bring, when the question was broadly asked of the city
Before,
council, whether
right.
or not there was interest in annexation, we brought forward a fiscal
Right.
evaluation that did cover those costs. So, if that's of concern, we could, I think, provide some.
Okay, so can I finish? Because, yes, you're right, it was brought forward, but you clarified that it didn't include the infrastructure or the CIP. And my question was, and I believe some of the speakers as well, the bigger, once East Side, not just this project, gets going, there's a question about move the garbage. There's a cost that'll fall to ratepayers or taxpayers. Move the courtyard, that would be a big expense. El Charro, all of those costs become by moving forward with more residential in that area. I think that's concerns about how will that affect Pleasanton residents.
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes to Councilmember Gatos's earlier comments about, the ability to comprehensively plan for East Pleasanton is something that's become more challenging over the years as, as we've not done that and got it all the way across the finish line. And so we are dealing with some compatibility issues, but that is not something that, again, it's a housing element site in the county. And so we're going to see housing out there, whether it's in the city or whether it's in the county. And so what we're trying to do now is make the best of that situation. I don't know that we'll be able to come back for you with a comprehensive cost estimate, but we are coming back with two things that I think are going to be relevant to this discussion relative to what you were just mentioning, Councilmember Testa. The idea of planning or having a land use framework for East Pleasanton is in the works. It is council directed, and you will be seeing that work from staff. And that will start to contemplate how we want to handle these compatibility issues. And there are definitely costs associated with it. The other item is the franchise agreement and how we move forward with transfer station or not. For the city of Pleasanton, and there is an existing issue with the size of the transfer station, and as land use continues to close in out there, I think right now there's a lease situation in place to allow the transfer station to continue to function and have the space that they need, but that's a limited duration lease, and so there's going to be a compatibility and a size issue for the transfer station that has to be addressed here in the not too distant future. With or without these kinds of applications.
Okay.
So I understand what you're saying about the costs of things, but I don't know that we can directly tie them to the Arroyo Lago application. I think there's just a succession of projects that are happening right now. There's an Amazon application across the street. There's Arroyo Lago, and we also have an East Lakes project that's been submitted in the county as well. And that we believe should also be developed in the city of Pleasanton. So it's happening, and we're going to do our best to make sure that what happens from this point forward pays all the applicable fees in the city of Pleasanton to start to address these needs. And then, we've hit it already a couple of times, but the CFD, I don't think the EPS analysis anticipated the CFD. So that is an additional offset in terms of city burden for this project for the maintenance and ongoing service needs for this site.
Okay. I appreciate all that. I do think, I think that the point that I was making, and I think I heard from a couple of the speakers, was it's disingenuous to say that there is a cost positive out of this or residential in that area when all of the others. So what I would ask is that we qualify that there are significant infrastructure and CIP costs that come as we move forward with this part of town transitioning to residential, which is incompatible with so many of the uses identified or that currently exist there. Okay, thank you. then comments, I do want to say that, yes, we did. We asked, and it is impressive that you came back with solutions, and very important to us all, that solutions to the grading. That's really, I love that you said a wonderful outcome. That's a wonderful outcome because it really does satisfy an important neighborhood to us. Yeah, I mean, I think that there have been some real positives that I definitely appreciate. Didn't understand how there weren't solutions, and so the fact that you were able to find them and is something I really do appreciate. So I'll just go with that.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Just another question for Director Clark in regard to ADUs. The any homeowner in the city of Pleasanton, if it works out for them, can construct an ADU, right?
Yes.
So and that's according to state law. And so any future homeowner in Arroyo Lago, if they have a large enough space on their lot, can construct an ADU, correct?
In theory, yes. I don't know that many of the lots will accommodate any sizable ADU, but they could potentially convert, existing space, a rec room or something, into an ADU as part of a future application.
Okay. I'm thinking of a separate, say, freestanding.
A detached one
ADU.
would probably be challenging practically just from a lot size perspective,
Okay.
but in theory,
Okay,
yes.
yeah, that was what I was wondering.
Mhm.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay,
Nothing
so
else.
we have to say if we're supporting comments to the development agreement, pre-annexation, so I just want to confirm.
I have to say it? Okay.
Well, I don't
do
want to
say it.
interpret.
I'll support the PADA.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Gatos?
Just brief comments. I mean, I realize and I go through the history of this, and a lot of my questions in this were comments, right?
Yep.
Okay, just making sure I'm not supposed to be asking questions anymore. Have been voted at, aimed at the history of this to help understand and the public understand why we are in the position that we are. And in preparation for today's meeting, I went through and I read all the articles back in 2017 published that followed the council's meetings about this exact issue 9 years ago. And ultimately, the council, with a 4-0 vote with Mr. Olson, I'll let you off the hook because you're sitting right here, but you abstained from that discussion. And the council, by a majority, voted 4-0 to not move forward with the plan. And the developer, Mr. Dunn, who's sitting here, said, quote, "We're not asking to build, we're asking to plan. It's unusual that people don't want to plan." There was concerns about a drought, there was concerns about issues going forward, and there was comments about the changes in state law. And so I could understand as a council person, there was public comment by some of the people who commented publicly tonight, arguing against, urban sprawl. And I think that's a very important issue for the council to have taken up back then. And I understand how difficult it is in light of public pressure not to move forward with something that's unpopular. But I know back in 2017, they weren't faced with the choice to say no, knowing that if they don't, what's likely to happen through the county, and we're not in that position anymore that they were. If, as some of the public commenters tonight had pointed out, if this had been annexed into the city, we could have zoned it however we wanted for light industrial. We could have not put it in our housing element, as we didn't in 2022. Could have made it subject to a lot of other conditions that no longer were really able to because we did not annex it. And now we're stuck between an odd part between the county going forward and putting something we all wouldn't want there really as a city, and as the neighbors of Ironwood wouldn't want, or to do our best to come up with the best decision possible and the best plan possible. And frankly, as this conversation started, just shortly after the election, I had conversations with all parties in this, and I was frankly skeptical we'd get to where we were now. And I appreciate and want to thank staff and the hard work they put in and with going through and addressing the concerns of our residents. And I truly believe this is the best thing that we can come up with given the situation we're in. And it's, again, just kind of like the last item we talked about. There isn't another better option that would let us say no to this. And so I'll signal my support for it going forward.
Okay. Councilmember Iker?
I'd like to support Councilman Member Gatos's sentiment. I think his analysis is pretty much right on. I don't think we have a tremendous amount of options here. I think we're making the best of the conditions that we've been given, and I truly believe that you need to manage the situation that you're presented with and find the best solution for everybody involved. And I think that's what's been going on through this process as we moved forward. With that said, I support the pre-development agreement. So.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to first start off and say I want to thank staff and the developer or applicant for the hard work to get the grade change resolved. Mr. Stella, I do appreciate that extensively, and I think all of the residents in Ironwood really do appreciate that. So I have served for almost 17 years now. So I have been through the East Side Specific Plan. I sat on it as an alternate and then through it. And we've had several opportunities to do better at this site than where we find ourselves today. So to me, this is an example of Pleasanton getting back in the driver's seat, achieving what gains we can in the landscape of laws and challenges we are faced with this site. So planned progress again, but wide-eyed that we're making lemonade out of lemons. I want to point out, to me, significant benefits to annexing this project exist, not least of which is the sewer treatment plant and spray field avoidance that we've not seemed to have brought up previously under the county plan, which are significant next to our groundwater. The staff report lists out the LCHAR contributions, the JADUs, the point of sale, which I hope would be as significant as alluded to by the applicant. I do want to make sure I state East Lakes is a clean slate with all of Pleasanton's standards, design review, but I do understand the situation we're at with Arroyo Lago. But again, I support the negotiations to get everyone on the same page to this point, including the adjacent residents. And so I'm going to be supportive of it, and I do thank everyone for coming to the table and working through it. I'm sure it wasn't easy, but it does advance Pleasanton's goals for housing infrastructure and does help with revenue stability long-term. So as I said, planned progress, wide-eyed, we're making lemonade out of lemons. So with that, that's our...
I did not actually give a position.
Councilmember Testa, the order was you were first. You're welcome to have the floor again. Would you like to have the closing remarks?
I will.
Okay.
All right, thank you. I was in the room back in the day, not in a position of influence, but I was in the room and observed, and it was, I thought, a pretty muddy and unattractive direction that so I certainly don't opine missed opportunities at that point. I think that there were some things that would not have really turned out well. What I do opine is that I think that we have not stood up enough against the state directing. I think that we're in a position with the county pushing us because the state has created laws that force us to work within things that are not in our community's best interest. So I think we let our community down by not fighting harder against those laws. And I don't think that we had an opportunity in the past to really, This land was originally light industrial. It would have served us well it would be more revenue generating. I don't believe that the residential that is going to evolve in this area is going to be revenue positive. But I do think that a lot has been done to make that project better than it was. Spray fields were never anything that anyone would have liked. And so, and as far as good as it could get, no, I still say that if we did a age restricted out there, the comments about traffic, age restricted would make a huge difference in our traffic. I still think that it's very possible that we'll get residential out there and the city will not have the funds to do their share of El Charro, and El Charro won't happen. So I hate heading in a direction that that I don't see as terribly positive, but I will support this project. On the next one, I really think that it needs to look different. I think it needs to be, we do need to enforce the Pleasanton standards and make sure that we get the fees and the necessary mitigations from it. And I think it should be an age-restricted project that reduces traffic impacts on our community. That's it.
Anything further, Councilmember Testa?
Well, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. With that concludes item number 20, and we appreciate everyone's time here tonight. We're going to be now proceeding to close out the rest of the agenda for the council. So with that, any matters initiated by any council members at this time? Seeing none? Council reports. So, Vice Mayor?
Okay. I attended the League of California Cities annual conference in Long Beach for several days a couple of weeks ago, following our last council meeting. A couple of the sessions that I attended had names such as Addressing Erosion of Trust in Local Government and the new Grants and Economic Development Playbook. I found them very interesting. And let me just go on to a few others that have happened since last meeting. Tri-Valley Mayor Summit was last week, which I believe most or all of us attended. Ribbon cutting for Pleasanton Middle School's new athletic field was that same day, as was the Tri-Valley Life Sciences Summit at the Rosewood Center that same day, which I also attended. And then I had the privilege of learning how to drive a bus at the LABDA facility in Livermore. So in preparation for the bus rodeo, that's going to happen there pretty soon. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Gatos?
I think just the only thing I need to report is the PUSD joint meeting with you, I believe on the 14th it was. So,
Thank you. Councilmember Testa?
Yeah, lots of stuff going on. Let's see. Did the bus training for our upcoming bus rodeo, bus training for driving a full-size bus on a course. I attended the Cal Cities annual conference and attended many of the sessions. I found some of them underwhelming, but the most productive I got from that was actually a conversation with Larry Cosmont about value capture, and he's kind of an expert in it and has some really good and strong messages, and I would love to have him come and talk to us about, because we do know that the state, with their state overreach and the state legislation, has taken away our ability to capture community benefit. And he had some interesting thoughts that I think it's worth considering, things we should have done before now, where we would have more value in the projects that are being forced from the state. So that was worth going for. Went to the Fire Expo. That was fun, well attended, really a good family event. Let's see, we did the mayor's luncheon, Life Science Summit, and I went to the Diwali event at the senior center, and I think that's it. Well, what was that other one that we all went to? The woman empowerment of the goddess. I can't remember, but anyway, so another lovely cultural event.
Poga. Yeah, okay. Councilmember
That's
Iker?
it.
On October 8th through the 10th, I attended the League of California Cities Conference in Long Beach. Attended many of the sessions. October 15th, I attended the Tri-Valley Mayor's Summit hosted here in Pleasanton. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. On the 8th, Alameda County hosted the Walk and Roll event that I went to for Vintage Hills Elementary. They had the fire and police. The fire department and the fire truck stole the day over the mayor and the police. On the 11th, the Diwali Festival, as mentioned by the AIA group that was here earlier, hosted at the fairgrounds. I don't know exactly the number that attended, but it was well attended, including by California Attorney General Bonta, who spoke. On the 14th, Pleasanton Unified School District had a Community of Trust meeting that they're starting up. On the 14th, Pleasanton Unified School District Liaison meeting with Councilmember Gatos, as mentioned. On the 15th, the 5 mayors of the Tri-Valleys got together for the summit luncheon, which was very nice. Appreciate all of you attending. Also that same day, the Tri-Valley Life Sciences Summit in partnership with Daybreak and what's that last name? I can't remember. Daybreak and one other group that helps us with that, and I apologize, I'm forgetting.
iGate?
It wasn't, it might have been iGate.
iGate.
I want to mention that I went to the Oktoberfest at Sidetrack. Thank you very much. They wanted to compliment staff for the events permit process. They said it was very easy and improved from last year. So the events program. On the 18th, I attended a Search for Common Ground. They are an amazing organization. They had a conversation on pathways to civil dialogue, and they are in Middle East, so that's impressive. LAFCO had an emergency meeting yesterday, or a special meeting, and then yesterday, myself, City Manager Bowden, Assistant City Manager, and Director of Public Works attended the Tri-Valley Water Retailers meeting. Zone 7 presented the update from the wells. I will mention that I've requested staff to do the liaison meeting as quickly as possible from that point so that we can have the presentation and information here. And I think we're working on that. We tried to get agendized, and I think it will, meter size and connection fees for a future item in discussion. With that, Councilmember Testa, can you take us out?
I didn't get that form, so I don't know.
We close this meeting with a tribute to our nation's men and women and to all of those who have served in conflicts, both past and present. With that, this meeting is adjourned.